Hello there, friends. Good morning, welcome. It is May 27th, 2024. Um, and to answer your question immediately, John, no. And I wish. I definitely had some options this morning, and I chose, uh, danger. No, so we're just feeling some satisfactory today. And potentially for the foreseeable future, we'll see how deep we get in. I'm still, maybe we're doing Elden Ring and the Erd Tree when that comes out. We've got a couple weeks to get prepped for that. I figure I can give myself 3 weeks. We could start that next week if we weren't super into Satisfactory. And those were kind of the two options I was bouncing around. And then I realized I got the whiteboard cam set up, and if I've got the whiteboard cam set up, we might as well use it. Craftomation was fun for a bit, and I think what got me was the campfire refueling. It was kind of a pain to keep up with, and I had some pretty good stuff set up for, like, checking to see how many logs are in the fire, and if there's, more than 3, go to the next fire on the right side and on the left side. It was a nice little decision tree, if you will. Conditional statements. And that kind of just became the whole game for a bit, and I was handcrafting stuff to get the points to fit all the stuff. I restarted a couple times. You had the same experience. Automation games should be all about expanding and building, but that one was mostly about fighting entropy. Yes, and with the lack of infinite resources, like, we were gonna eat ourselves out on fires alone. It almost required one robot every 2 fires, 1 point something fires, and it got worse the farther out they were. Anyway, I thought it was fun, and I assumed that there's just a point right beyond where I was where I could get to batteries somehow, and then start doing heaters and things, but that's fine. I'll come back to it at a later date. You're right, it was entirely worth $8, but I don't think I could get, multiple days out of it for now. That being said, Satisfactory 1.0, best I could guess is we're going to see it come out, before the end of the year. That's the only thing they've told us. It'll come out this year. So we're hoping for good news on the front later. But I really enjoyed this game. So we're going to start a new game. We're going to at least get our starter base up, right? It's the the base before we have to start figuring out trains and modularity, and that's something I never really did well in Satisfactory, that transition to, like, a mega base later on, and wondering about how to transport materials without, I guess, scaling up. Scaling up was always my problem. Let's see, John says, the simplified behavior program it uses is a really good concept, though I'd like to see that in... Yeah, I would like to see that in other automation games. I like that visual programming as I get, farther and farther away from my programming experience. I appreciate it. I can still understand things like, what's a conditional? And work with it, right? I definitely looked at the skill tree and went, functions. I need those immediately. And I went down that tree. That being said, the low energy piece of code, worthless. Absolutely worthless. Right above it on the skill tree was like check energy, and I could specify a number. That was better, right? If energy is 15 or lower was one entire code snippet, I needed, like, is energy 50 or 70 or lower, right? Like, I needed that range. 15 wasn't going to cut it. I was constantly refilling, robots on that one. But what? The factory games. Still a lot of things I haven't explored here. I will say I saw some interviews that made me really think we might want to... Like, 1.0's got some great things coming to Satisfactory. In fact, while I'm here, I want to give myself some more camera space on this webcam. And I do have it. So if I go to this capture device, I want to come over here to the big window. Big boy window. And I want more space above my head. And to do that, I just have to get rid of space below my head. and slide this bad boy back in there. We got some of this stuff kind of tweaked the other day, but there we go. That feels better. But satisfactory. Let's see. I used a low energy check to trigger a loop where the robot would eat fuel until it was above 70%. And that was with the low energy check that checked at 15%, because that's the one I was talking about. I used the one above it to do 70% for sure. Or did you say if at 15, keep eating until 70? And that might be the better loop. But that's not what we're playing today. We're playing Satisfactory. We've got a couple of option starts here. Yeah, the energy count. Yeah, that was a good one. We've got a couple options here for first start. I started initially in the grass fields the first time I played this game, because it says great for first timers. The problem here is a lot of the nodes are suboptimal. They're low. I mean, they're not. Well, they're suboptimal. They're the small ones. There's like 4 nodes, right? There's like I forget the specifics. One that produces twice as much, and one that produces 4 times as much, essentially. And this is the one that produces. This is the 1x area, and then the 2 and 4x areas are kind of these. I usually started the northern forest because I've built in the same area. Once I found the perfect area, I've built in it every time. And I'm kind of... I think we don't do that one yet. We don't do that one now. I've seen the Dune Desert before, but I've never seen the Rocky Desert. And maybe getting an idea for what that looks like would be fun. Suitable for first timers. It's very close to the sea, making water an easy commodity. Of course, these are challenging, but not really. Yeah, I guess we haven't seen the Rocky Desert yet. That sounds like a fine start. The plains are great for lots of building, but probably better to bring materials into than you want to consume them. But it's also a nice slow start, so you could really take your time, and that's also not a bad idea. We could save Rocky Desert for the 1.0 launch. Well, we might just go right back to Northern Forest. Let's take a look. I'm gonna pull up the Satisfactory map and kind of get an idea what's over in the Rocky Desert, because we're just looking for not spore flowers. I want to see what are the nodes over there. So we've got a couple of starts, a couple of spawn locations on this map. The Rocky Desert's pretty dense with iron and stone. And that might just be because that's all they're showing me. I see iron, I see stone, I see copper. If I click to show impure... Oh, did I break it? No, all the impures are just down. These impure nodes are down in the grasslands where we're at. So they're going to be a bunch of normal nodes in the Rocky Desert. That's a twice as good start as we'd have otherwise. Yeah, so look, that's the normal zone. Not necessarily, I guess, oil. Where's oil? What am I to do for oil? Oil's down there, and then up top is some nitrogen. That's newer. And of course, the best starts are all where the pure nodes are. I guess where we're gonna have to be hunting down coal is a big question here. Alright, we ain't seen it yet. Advanced game settings. I'm currently playing the default. Note that editing this is one way. You'll not be able to switch back. Other than reloading, all players in the session will have access to settings once activated. Yeah, let's see what they are. This is newer. Power not required, no unlock cost. Unlock alternate recipes instantly. That's tempting. Keep equipment when you die, right? Like, no build cost. God mode, flight mode. Progression is there like a button for flight mode? Double tap space. Yeah. That might be good for what we're kind of doing, but disable arachnid creatures. Just take them off the map. Alright, here we go. We're going to do the intro too. Because we like the intro. Well, that screen got bigger than my hands did. I love this way we deposit people in like sci-fi universe, if you will. Like from space, shooting down into a giant pod. Our dwarves, what's that? Dwarf miner game does it. This game does it. Helldivers does it.
Use provided blueprints to build the necessary buildings. Chart the planet and gather resources to provide desired results and improve your infrastructure. Make sure to report any unusual discoveries to R&D for analysis.
Squeaky walk, let's go.
Expand your factories, outposts, and pipelines through automation and augmentation.
Yeah, I've seen this. Okay. I was like, is this new? I've seen it. It might not have been there day one, but I've seen it.
Please remain seated during full procedure.
I have played some of the 8.0 update, but I played it at in experimental mode. So now that we're in the early access branch, it's the first time I've done this. There's some nice stuff in 8.0. There's some really good stuff. And again, I guess there's some stuff in 1.0 too, but I don't get to see it yet. Oh, that way to load in there, friend. That's some good music, though. That's some fine-ass music. Alright, cool.
Planetfall complete. Please ensure the integrity of your multi-purpose exploration suit is at 100%.
So if we had a day one goal, it would be to get oil going?
Remember, efficiency first. Godspeed.
Oh. Everything's a little off. And I wonder if that's resolution. Maybe I need to restart. Because I was messing with the resolution a bit to get it loaded.
Welcome to Planet Massage 2.
Let's see.
B, your designated sector in the binary star system.
First off, graphics. Let's turn those up a bit.
Also known as Artificial Directory and Assistant,
Video.
Pioneers such as you in their mission.
Graphics is set to low right now. Let's set it to ultra and lower max frames to 60 because that's what we're streaming at.
Note: objective-based introduction initialized. Welcome to onboarding.
This will be the most satisfactory you've seen in years. That's fair. We're gonna do a restart, a save and a restart though, so you're gonna see a little less of it than I've currently promised. Let's high, not ultra. That felt a little sloppy right there. Let's save our game. Start up. Yeah, I wonder how much you'll see that's too different. I guess if you haven't played it in several years, depends on how good your memories are. We do have blueprints eventually. We've got to unlock that tree. Trains, of course, exist. So you didn't get. I don't think you've seen the trains. We may not get the trains today. I mean, we're probably not going to get the trains today. If anything, I think we're going to get to sustainable energy, free, unlimited energy today. Load stream 1. Start up. Only logistics was trucks, yeah, and they're not so hot. Truck logistics are very limited. So we'll sit up. We'll hit the dismantle mode, and we'll dismantle this little bit right there. I wonder if I can.
All important fix-it data and communication is recorded and stored in the codex.
I'm going to screw up my view real quick. Okay, that's not too terrible for you guys. You got a little bit of a black bar, but I've got a much larger viewing area. Very cool. All right. Tutorial message emails are saved in codex. Open the codex. Press E. Yeah, we're going to redo the whole onboarding process. Essentially, we're going to drop the hub down. At some point.
Please ensure you have your Fix-It incorporated Xeno Zapper equipped before leaving the
Yep,
drop zone.
Xeno Zapper tab
Note,
here, and this
according
is
to
the
Fix-It
hub parts.
regulations, every pioneer should have access to a means of defense against extraterrestrial threats.
Little shallow water bits
Current
here.
objective.
We're
Please
having some
familiarize
real
yourself with the
graphical
resource
things
center to
going
find
on.
iron. Note, the acquisition of iron is considered essential in
Did we-
preparation for all future objectives.
Did we screw something up? This is crazy. Maybe we are going back to the green zone. Truck logistics could be pretty good if they had visual programming like the craftmates. You're right. Yeah, and all you can really do is to have a start and end point. The voice is really soft. All right, we'll fix some settings then. I think we're leaving the zone. We're killing this save. And we'll turn up all the things. New game. Grass fields. We'll do the slow start, I guess. Let's go to the options. Let's fix that audio. So we'll just go max right here. We can turn the music is already kind of down. We'll drop another 10%. Dialogue's max. Just control some of that for my ears. But also, you're right, let's keep that thing going. Misophonia. I mean, they've just been adding all kinds of, you know, they've got at least two phobia options, right? You've got misophonia and arachnophobia. Blah. It shouldn't be. I don't think there's a lot of slurping and drinking unless I'm emoting. So no, I don't foresee that being a problem. Can I delete this game? Delete session. Onboarding all over again. Let's go. Alright, so the hands are doing the thing again.
Attention Pioneer. The following instructional video is a summary of your impending duties as an exoplanetary pioneer for Fix-It Incorporated. Fix-It Pioneers have 3 cyclical assigned pillars of
How's
work
that voice?
to ultimately accomplish project assembly. Use provided
It's not going to be
blueprints
a
build the
constant.
necessary buildings.
It doesn't talk nearly as much as
Chart the
it
planet
implies
and
in the
gather
beginning.
resources to provide desired
Cool.
results and improve your infrastructure. Make sure to report any unusual discoveries to R&D for analysis. Expand your factories, outposts, and pipelines through automation and augmentation. That's it. Get to work and be effective.
be effective.
Warning, planetfall imminent. Please remain seated during full procedure. Atmospheric entry in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Planetfall procedure initialized.
K-Bit Maven. Hello, hello. Yeah. We don't have the patience for 1.0 apparently. We gotta. It'll come out eventually, but we've been getting the factory itch, if you will. We've got it loading in on us again here. But a nice grassy lands, a nice slow grassy land start. We're a bit more of a veteran on this game than we were on Foundry.
Planetfall complete. Please ensure the integrity of your multi-purpose exploration suit is at 100%.
100%.
Remember, efficiency first. Godspeed.
Hell yeah. Okay. So there are some graphical issues still. These feel new. Like that wasn't misaligned before. Oh well. Not a big deal.
Welcome to Planet Massage 2 ABB, your designated sector in the binary star system of Akicha.
Woo!
I am Ada, also known as
Why can't you
Artificial
hands?
Directory
Exactly.
and Assistant, tasked to support pioneers such as you.
I can't
in
do
your
anything yet.
mission.
Okay.
You are the third of your sector to survive planetfall. Congratulations.
All right. This is a
Note,
nice, pretty area. Can't
objective-based
wait to
introduction initialized. Welcome to
completely
onboarding.
factory it.
First objective. Please dismantle the drop pod. The resulting materials will be repurposed to construct a habitat and utility base. From
So
now
there's an
on
area
referred
I
to as
normally start
the
at
hub.
around here.
Note,
Maybe we just
Fixit
go a little away
Incorporated
from
is
that.
cost-effective and efficient.
I say normally. I haven't
We do
started
not
here in a
waste.
while. Bauxite. Man. Just
All
bauxite
important
hiding over
Fixit
here.
data and communication is
That's not something
recorded and
I've
stored in the
done a
codex,
lot of.
including these steps.
That's definitely mid-end game stuff. Oh, codex. Yeah. Let's see. Also tutorial messages. We just want to do that. Oh, hey, buddy.
Second objective. Please ensure you have your Fixit
Oh.
Incorporated Xeno Zapper equipped before leaving the drop zone. Note, according
Jeez.
to
All right.
Fixit regulations, every
Alright, that's-
pioneer should have
I said it's your
access to a
zone, but
means of
I gotta
defense
take it
against
back.
extraterrestrial threats. Third objective. Please familiarize yourself with the resource scanner to find iron.
That's what I
Note,
thought.
the acquisition of iron
There was another
is
dude over here,
considered
wasn't there?
essential in preparation for all future objectives.
I don't think they respawn, so now we've taken care. Well, you're just a little awesome bird, aren't you? There's some storyline. We're Mercer Sphere work in progress 1. You get to stay. This, I think, is violent. It's not. Well, it is. Okay, it's poisonous. It's toxic. Okay. That guy's not violent. He's just Mr. Bean. Yeah. Predictive tracking, rip innocent. Yeah, it's going pretty good. You know, dodging that guy was not so terrible. His flowers. There it is, pale berries. All right, so we're
This
just
is one
kind of.
multiple edibles we have detected in your vicinity, which
We
are
would
within
normally get to
approved
start by grabbing a bunch
nutritional
of power
medical
and kind of finding where we
categories
want to
as
go.
established by R&D.
Where's
A new
what's the
research
scan
tree
button?
Can now
V?
be accessed in the MAM.
Yeah. It's talking, so it won't let me V. Oh, hold V. That's right. There you go. And we got some options for ore. I guess we'll do some exploring for a bit before we pick our location. The benefit, though, of these grassy lands is a lot of space. Even though the idea is we kind of build up again, right? Just like in Foundry, it's better to go higher. Let's see. Over there, 110 meters. Okay, so we have 2 iron nodes here. Unless I don't feel like we've got a lot of other materials around us, though. We should do a quick loop. Hostility? What a good doggo. No, you're not a doggo. Those little orange, that's the little orange guys. We ain't seen those yet. Oh man, what we got over here? Are we even running in a? I guess I know what I'm looking for, and I'm just keeping. I don't know which direction it is. I'm kind of keeping an eye out for it. Is it this way? I have built a factory in this section before. This is one of the bigger factories I've built. Now I just don't know, because it's this big cliff, and it's got all the basic resources right next to it. Excellent starting location. Especially the important one, which is whatever the gravel is, and now I don't remember. Because we're going to do concrete. We need concrete for everything. We could scan for the concrete, maybe. Any of this ringing a bell? Any of this looking familiar there, Casey? Come on now. Hello, wildlife. I think we definitely strayed too far from the starting point. Alright, let's just go to each of the iron nodes, and that'll tell us. Because it is a grouping of iron nodes. That ding-ding over there is pretty good odds. This is copper, right? Yeah. So, that's another impure. This is not the iron node I'm thinking, but it is on an iron node. Ooh, okay. This is I'm gonna get the name right. Yeah, limestone. Limestone is pretty nice having that right there. Hey, bean boy. And this is kind of where we landed, isn't it? Yeah, that's the little area we got in a fight. I can tell I've been in St. Louis too long because I immediately see the arch. Oh no, I think we all see the arch there. Where was it? Hey there, little bug. You're important, but not to me quite yet. Alright, let's just go to the next set of iron nodes and peek at it. We just saw those two. Two over here we just saw earlier. What about these? You can tell at least we've got a lot of resources hanging around. And it may be worth bringing them in to a central location, all of them at once we really get going. But our initial restriction is power. So we can do a lot of things if power is figured out. Oh, hello. Oh, shit! Damn mutt. Almost wish it had procedurally generated so every playthrough was really unique. Probably wouldn't be pretty that way. Yeah, I've heard that before. That's a fair, completely fair criticism. The difference between, you know, a different gameplay, a gameplay experience every time, and one that is crafted. Right, this is handcrafted decisions. Oop. And really, the playthrough takes so long anyway that I don't mind either way. I'm wandering around, so let's get a direction going. Have we seen these? I think we've seen these two nodes. Let's go look at these two nodes. There would have been a lot of very valid pushback. There have been a lot of very valid pushback against the trend towards procedural generation lately, but this is the type of game that would benefit from it. That's fair. Where's this section at? I think, oh, here it is. This is a section. Bam, found it. This is it. This is where I often start. So 3 iron nodes, there's a limestone up there, there's a limestone, I think that's limestone over there, let's double check it. And some open space in this direction, at least enough for us to get started. Yeah, limestone. Cool. We have the iron node, we want to gather just about as much as we can. This is pure, but the node isn't. The node is normal.
4th objective, build the hub.
Are they all normal? I thought this
Note,
was
to complete this objective,
mostly
the
an impure
resources
area. That's a
salvaged
normal
from the
area.
drop pod will be consumed.
That's normal. Oh, hey there, buddy.
Ensure the hub is built on spacious open terrain close to the presence of iron sources. Failure to do so will likely result in non-optimal progress.
Yeah, they're a little less frustrating to pick up, or to beat up these days. So,
the remains of this creature might shed light on how to increase
first mistake you make
survival.
often in these games is placing the hub too close to anything. This is a nice little area right here, I feel. We can't take down the trees quite yet. But I don't, maybe not a lot of factories building right in this corner here. We've got the limestone up there. We've got a couple iron limestone over there. We've got a copper up there. How did we do this again? Q, the hub. Oh boy, everything's so big. Jetpacks, we need them. All right. Rotation. I've got to get used to these controls all over again. Oh, there's a snap to grid line. It's hold the left control, but this is not a grid line item. That rotates just the mouse button. There we go. Oh, that's right. Since we're doing the onboarding process,
you have unlocked.
We're gonna have to build this piece by piece.
Manual craft bench. Hub feature.
So it wants us to
fifth objective.
essentially craft these rods. Oh, we should have listened to the Ada voice, if you will, but we didn't. We stopped. This is where the game gets a little. There's a lot of handcrafting in these early stages. So having a lot of ore on our person is going to do us a big favor right off the bat. A boom, bop, boot, a kunk, 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 a chunk, 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 a pick, 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 a mining, mining, mining. All right. I said that should be enough, but it won't be. It won't be. And at least now we just had to tap the spacebar, because when this game first launched, you had to hold it. And there's no indication that all you gotta do is tap it. It just takes somebody telling you or you stumbling upon it. But just tap. And the thing we need is iron rods. And ingots are always useful, so we'll go and craft all of them. Bop, 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 bop. Hey, Gunfingers, thank you for the water check. There's water in this coffee. I appreciate it. Feeling a bit dehydrated. Me and the missus definitely stayed up too late last night. Dehydrating ourselves, if you will. We were watching this show on Netflix called Physical 100. I don't know if anybody's seen this, anybody heard about this. It is essentially the Squid Games, but just competitions of physical strength, endurance, stamina. It's really fun. The only way I want to hydrate is carbohydrate. Bop, bop, dow. Bunch of nerds doing nerd things. Upgrade the hub. I do like how this comes together in pieces. Oh, personal storage, right? All this junk I've definitely been picking up can stay in here. I think we can use wood eventually. We can definitely use it as fuel.
Congratulations, you have unlocked building
next
workshop,
hub.
equipment,
Plates.
Portable miner, inventory, additional slots,
Portable miner equipment shop.
feature,
All right, those are the
personal
things we want to
storage.
really get going.
Sixth objective.
We need
Complete
plates.
hub upgrade 2. Note: portable miners require no power and will
Mine,
mine
mine,
a node
mine.
until their inventory is full.
Mine. Pack,
Note:
pack, pack.
multiple portable
Stab the
miners can
earth.
be used on a
Pack,
single
pack,
node.
pack. A bop, bop, bop. Ba-doo, bop, bow. Oh man, I'm hilarious. I'm just tip top funny man. Bop, bop, bop. We're gonna solve this real quickly. maybe the last time we handcraft or hand mine. We're gonna do a lot more handcrafting. In fact, a lot of my early game when I'm doing this is YouTube, which is gonna be like collect hundreds of iron, hit the iron ingot button, and just stand here and let us do his thing. But let's get ourselves some miners set up. Let's get the automation set up as soon as possible. We've got lots of ideas. We've got lots of things we like to bring together in our Satisfactory runs. And kind of getting this beginning part done is helpful. Oh, I gotta make the plates. 28 plates. 3 apiece. The other way I like to do things, usually send somebody else to do it. I've done plenty of online playthroughs where other people go out and like do all the exploration bits for me. Alright, crafting workbench, which lets us make one of the most important things early game, portable miners. We get like a bunch of them. Maybe 10 actually. Maybe we just let it do all of our mining. I'm trying to think what we need. 2 irons probably enough. I want to get the... Okay, that's probably fine. I want to get one up over on the limestone as well. 2, I want to get one on... I'd say one on each of the limestones, but that's not how this works. Alright, this little guy, the first time we see him, really awesome. Ready? Not that. No, 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 no. There we go. He just gets himself set up. Little robot legs. He gets cozy like a cat. Just kind of back and forth, gets himself in position, and drills. Fucking love it. Alright, read a few of those, though. Alright. I'll just go ahead and set one up over here. How many do we have? 4? Okay, we'll set 2 up over here, 2 up on the copper, because we're going to want them eventually. And having just a stock of 200 ready for us will go a long way. Again, we collect all the brush on the way. Oh, hey, I don't have my weapon in my hands. Oopsie. I noticed my health has re-healthed itself. I didn't think it did that at the high end. Thought I had to eat food. I've been picking up food, but I haven't been eating food. Come on, boy. Pop, pop. Cool. And we'll just drop 2 miners here. Do a little bit of hand mining while we're at it. Bop, 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 down, bow, bow. Because, you know, as soon as we go down there, it's going to ask for some kind of copper wire. And we're going to want to have plenty of it. We'll take what's from the miners. I'll say we'll get about 50 in our inventory. A couple more swings of this. And then we'll head down. Alright, let's see. Yeah, we grab all. Not the fastest, but they'll be, you know, capped out at 100 by the next time I get back here. Which, while I'm thinking about it, we'll go grab the limestone out of the limestone miners. We'll drop things in storage. We're gonna get ourselves a real good start. You can see that one was only 36. Batman going, and copper is another name for policeman. Sort. Let's... I guess we drop the copper and that should be it. Put our hands back in, get our hands going. And it's gonna want things we don't currently have. So we got some full miners over here for sure. Let's smack some ingots, guys. So, 20 rods and 10 plates. Seems easy enough. Yep, you're right. I need to get there. And that's where this handcrafting comes in. Get one thing going at a time. Oh. Get there as fast as we can. I forgot how long this onboarding process is. Oh. We have plenty of both. Well, plenty is strong. We're just enough rods. And only... There we go. Hub. Next hub. It gave us a room this time. Nothing in it. But we've got a room.
Congratulations. You have unlocked Hub feature, Biomass Burner. Scanner feature,
Alright,
Copper,
so
new
smelter.
buildings and recipes, which can be found
Inventory
in the build
slots.
menu and craft bench, respectively.
Okay, so yeah, we can get up a couple of smelters.
7th objective. Complete Hub Upgrade 3. Note.
Which will save us some
Connect
time.
buildings to a biomass burner for power. Note. Buildings
Requires
such as the
rods
smelter
and wire.
require
Yep.
a recipe to be set. Advice. Automate the smelting process and use portable miners for optimal results.
Well, at least even though we're in the handcrafting stage, we can speed this up. 500 leaves. We will need the copper we picked up earlier because it is wire. Let's add 2 smelters. You can see we need 10 rods, 16 wire. Nice little to-do list, especially early on when you're not carrying an abundance of things. I'd say even later on when you're making more and more complex items. Alright, let's not get ahead of ourselves smashing iron ingots for fun. Let's get the smelters down. Because I will just sit here and let it go. I like watching numbers go up. I'll wait until this becomes an idle game stream where we just play cookie clickers or fucking paper clips. Alright, smelters. We need wire. We need more wire than we made, because we only made just enough for the buildings, but now we need to put power on them. I wonder if are power poles even a consideration? Can I make power poles? It's going to require rods. We can make lots of our rods here. Okay, so power, we only have lines, which we only have one line coming out. I gotta remember the buttons. What was the copy button? Sample building, middle mouse button. We could do this early on. Oh no, I've got to craft cable. It's not just having a wire, I've got to craft the cable, that's right. Alright, power line 1, power line. And now we're not handcrafting, we won't be handcrafting iron for some time, so there you go. Of course we're going to want to put some storages, but we're not deep enough into the game yet to have our to have storages super early. So what's next? Because we only got the ability to put the smelter down with that and connect it to power. So this is the next stage. So rods and wire. Well, we can make the wire. Can we gotta select it to have it show up in the top right? In fact, we can even like hit the buttons. Here's what we were missing. Just a handful of rods and a handful of wires. Let's do these ingots first, and then we'll go pick up the ingots for crafting over there. Copper first. The iron's automating. Get used to the automation. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Every once in a while, we just come grab this and drop off more. Handful more rods. Just empty out all the ingots on this, right? No harm, no foul. I guess we also don't have plates. But, hub part done. 3. And this will give us the beginnings of the factory bits. We got we got constructors. Limestone scanners. Concrete. Concrete's big. And conveyor belts, even bigger. Alright, looks like we just need some...
Congratulations. You have unlocked scanner
concrete,
feature limestone. New buildings and recipes, which can be found in the build menu
definitely
and
have
craft
right
branch
here.
Respectively.
Compounds. Under compounds.
8th objective. Complete hub upgrade 4. Note. Use power poles to
We're gonna have
expand
to go
the
get
power
some copper.
network for
Or no, we have
optimal
copper
results.
ingots here. We gotta make the copper ingots. The plates will be a little bit of work as well. We got plenty of ingots. I guess we have the power poles. We can set up the second smelter. We probably should. Second smelter and a constructor. Wait, why aren't you lining up? I guess we can actually do what we were originally going to do and line it up here. Alright, we can make this the iron, this the copper. Give them both some power. We need wire for power. Don't worry, we're going to automate all this real soon. Real soon. What else do we need? Plates. We've got a lot of plates, or we got a lot of ingots. But while we're at it, let's go grab a round of copper from up here. And we're oh so close to a factory. So this is like one of the first things we're going to want to conveyor down. We've also got to worry about expanding too quickly. Our first factory is gonna need to be pretty minimal, and we'll be limited on power for a moment. I think our first real factory will be our power factory. But for now, let's do that. Plates. We only need all of the plates. I guess we could also make our first constructor. It requires heavy iron plates. Reinforced plates, rather. Which are screws and plates. So let's make a few plates. And then we'll make even more screws. I need 2 reinforced plates. There we go. Now we make our first factory part. Which again, all this is just avoiding the handcrafting. We want this to be the iron plates. We want you to go. Just get to work. I mean, I guess we do have one extra power line. Here we go. Oh, really, we turn that around. We need to turn that around immediately because it's easily. I say easily conveyed, but we do need ingots because we're going to be handcrafting some stuff. So plates are going. Let's get the. I guess we'll grab the copper ingots. Start dunking things in. Hub upgrade 4. Where are we at? That's where we're at. And we only need 20 cables, or 18 more cables. I guess a wire constructor on the other side also wouldn't be a terrible idea. Get a couple more screws going. Dunk what we can. And go check on the plates. So many plates. Is that really all the iron ore we're sitting on? I probably dumped it in the box. That's fine. We need to do a round of grabbing this stuff anyway. There we go. What are we doing on power? Oh, we've gone through 200 leaves or so. Ingots. We don't handcraft those, we pick them up. We pick up the plates. We drop off the ingots. We dunk everything over here again, and then remember that we have it. Pop. So while I was going, we'll go ahead and collect a round of copper. Portable miners, you've been full, but thank you for the copper. Boink. Boink. And limestone. We're gonna need so much limestone. One of the first factory bits we're gonna get going. I mean, all of this is one of the first of a long line of chores we've got to do. I guess we better take out the results as well. Pull in some iron. That's too much iron. And what are we at? 15. I know how to get 15 more. Even after all this, we still gotta do a little bit of handcrafting. Not truly automated, not yet. We just got some helper constructors out there. This will move us to the next phase. Okie dokie. We've now got some other space. We've got a toilet, some beds, some lockers.
You have unlocked building, conveyor belts and poles. Inventory, additional slots. 9th objective, complete hub upgrade 5. Note, portable miners cannot be connected to conveyor belts.
There we go.
Advice, when planning the construction of buildings, note the placement of conveyor belts.
Notice the placement of conveyor belts. Alright, so this one, a little easier. A little harder. It's whatever it is, it don't matter. We're going to take the plates, we're going to change this to rods. And let you do your work on the rods. We're going to take this. I guess we could do another constructor while we're at it. We have 2 reinforced plates here. Right, and that's a... We can make this into wire. We just need another... We need wire. Or cable. We need cable. We're going to make that into wire. There we go. Feed it over. Wire, please. Ingots, please. There you go. And wire is the only real product at the moment out of there. We'll use what we can to make the cable, right? We're doing a bit of jumping around. So, we've got to get limestone now. And I think we have a little bit on us. Yeah. We'll just pound the concrete. Pound out the concrete. Yeah, nope. We did just get belts. We did actually just unlock them. So we could do a little bit of automation. You bring up a fair point. Do we have... I'll do it if we have storage. We don't have storage yet. Storage is... Yeah, you're right. Let's do it. You're right. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-ba-da-da. So this is going to feel good to automate these. Alright. Stop. Line up. There we go. Oh yeah, right. That's right. These are massive. So let's. We didn't save any space with the smelters, right? So we'll build the constructor here, and we'll build the other constructor next to it. Give it some distance, and then line up. I want to line. Can I line you both up? Can you behave? It'll look neater if it's lined up there. Okay. 3. There we go. Now we just gotta get power. Okay. You're gonna be copper. Take the... Oh, we need copper actually. That was iron. This is the copper. Let's take some iron while we're at it. Get you going. Get you going. Now you make rods. You make wire. There we go. I do believe, sir, we are... That should be a little more satisfactory. Alright. This will be, once we get this going, this will be where the miners start coming in. And we'll be able to actually pull out of the ground. We've got plenty of iron. Let's not go there. Let's do another copper run while these do their work. There comes a point in this game where we start going slower, where we make things start to look nice. And then there's a stage in the game where we take that to the next level. Not the next level, the next level. The level squared. Where I start putting like walkways and buildings. This is not going to be a... I don't do buses in Satisfactory. I don't personally. So we're going to get real creative, and we got to really figure out how to do modular factories. I think that's my goal of this playthrough, is to figure out the modular factories and take it to that level. Oh, alright, so we were thinking. I would love storage, but I guess it's just got to be time. We do have to handcraft cables. That's what we'll spend our time doing. There we go. 35 cables. And we'll handcraft some of the rods. I guess instead of handcrafting rods, we could make some plates, so we have plates on hand. Let's dunk everything and see where we're at. How about that? Okay, so we do need some rods still. They are kind of making, but also we need them. He's shouting for the bus. Buses are good. I like them. I've never done them here. I don't know if I like them in this game. Maybe that's exactly the reason to do them. I like putting everything in chests. Is essentially what we get to with our first base. Oh boy. Let me guess. Ran out of fuel. Alright, we actually have to go on fuel runs pretty soon. That is the first bit of tech we're going to focus on, will be fuel. We kind of have too much going. Too much power for the one fuel we have, or the one... Yeah, see, it's already dead again. So, start. Upgrade 5.
Congratulations, you have unlocked Building
Oh wow,
Miner Mark
6.
1.
Yeah,
Building,
this is important.
Storage container. Hub feature, additional biomass burner. 10th objective, complete hub upgrade 6. Note, there are no notes.
Note, there are no notes. Okay, so we've got the miners. We've got inventory slots. We want to be able to make biomass burners because we're really going to need to up our production here. And we're going to want to be crafting biomass, right? Like, power's a bit of a problem. But let me go refresh my coffee, and we'll tackle this. Well, I guess here, let me gather some stuff. We'll refresh the coffee after we've kind of started a fresh... I guess, let's fill up the power, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Let's fill up all the constructors and smelters, and then walk away from the game, right? Let's get some progress. So essentially we want 500 leaves. I don't think I left any in storage, so we're going for all of them. I think how I'd even do a bus here, because so far when I play, so far what I've done is we set up factories based on the things around them. So like we might set up an iron plate factory right here, and then bring iron plates to a central location, which I guess could be a bus. I usually just bring them to a mall because they're used for all the buildings. Building of things. Because we're always going to want like rods and plates on our person. There we go. It does look like our health does eventually get full again. That's nice. That's a good change. Used to be that once you got to like, if you started at like 1 health, it would regen to like 3 bars and stop unless you ate food. Which means you just perpetually played the game at 3 bars because I never ate food. Let's get some iron out of here. That 18 bauxite I got earlier. I guess we need to set up, there we go, 2 biomass burners. And let's split that. Like, which button is it? Let's right click. Okay, 280 something. I don't know, right click, 200. Fucking. Alright, let's take all the leaves out. Right click, 250. Right click, 72. 250, 72. Cool. Alright, we'll be right back. Okie dokie. Let's go. Let's get all back and cozy. Take a look at what our little tiny factor here has gotten for us. Get it started again. Grab a couple more pieces of iron. There we go. Now you, working your little butt off, I'm sure could just use an injection of plates. I'm going to give you right there. Wires, thank you. What do we have? What are we dunking? Bop, 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 bop. Perfect. Concrete by hand. This is there's definitely like this part of the game now where we're trying to figure out when is it time to like buckle down and make more permanent structures. And there's always like things you're gonna get early on in the progression. They're gonna make it better if you start later. So the longer you spend handcrafting and working on your starter factory, like the better this goes for you. We might as well just let the we might as well let the concrete keep going, but there's no need. We're gonna have to automate the hell out of that too. Alright, plates and rods. So we've probably got enough plates. We can start the rods now. And dunk in our ingots again. Dunk in the ore again. Keep those moving. There we go. At this point, it's kind of, I'd say we're waiting on rods, but we can handcraft those and get them done. Shame we're dunking so many of them. We could use them. If you skip all this, you actually start with enough material to really get a decent factory going. A decent starter factory, it is. Hub upgrade 6. Whoa, buddy. We've got not a lot new going on in here, but I think
building space elevator.
This thing shows up
burner.
Eventually.
Biomass. Motivational message.
Update 8, ladies and gentlemen.
You succeeded
Unreal
in
Engine
every
5. They
provided
ported
task.
everything to Unreal
On behalf
Engine
of
5.
Fixit Incorporated, I thank you for your current and future service. Additional knowledge. The hub terminal has
This
been
is
converted
painted.
to give access to milestones.
I know this
there
is
to
painted.
ensure you progress along Fixit approved protocols. Note: future developments should be aimed at constructing the space elevator and, as such, initiating project
check something.
assembly. Good luck.
Okay, we're definitely not in experimental mode. But now we've got the actual tiers. The actual tiers of things we need. And there are some really nice milestones worth completing. Like the first one, we really want base building. We really want foundations. Logistics, splitters, can't really do anything without them. Field research, skippable early, but very important with the MAM. Skippable in in the early 1 or 2 tiers, but you really do all of these eventually. Part assembly, obstacle clearing. This I think almost as important as logistics and base building. So we're going obstacle clearing. Jump pad completely worthless. Resource sink, very important. And logistics mark II, probably one of the last things we do here, but super important for the advancement. Like, we could upgrade the stuff we made earlier after, with this later, right? But to get things going, we definitely need the base building. We definitely need logistics. We definitely need obstacle clearing. And then I think we set up resource sync program, because those points become very important. So, base building. 1. Plates, rods, sand, concrete. I think one of my first goals is to get more sustainable power going. But I don't want to do that without building onto a base. So, let's get all the concrete moving that we want. Like, we could start putting on miners now. I don't want to support those on power with what we have. just ain't worth it right now to me. We actually could just make this plates right now. Just make this plates. Make this iron ingots. Right. Take off the whole belt and put it back on. There we go. Actually, while we take that off, let's grab all of our iron and put it in there. Let's get these two things going. Grab some more iron. Iron. And I noticed we're also low on like copper and all those things, but can we actually put another one down? We can. Just having copper ingots going in the background's fine. There we go. Minimum work. All right, so what are we doing? We're depositing all the ore. We're making both of those things. We're going to be handcrafting the concrete. 200 concrete is quite a bit. I guess we could always throw down a constructor. We're going to want a biomass wood, I think, right here. That's next. This is more efficient use of our power. In fact, did we hide any wood over here? We did. More efficient use of our power, and it should get us over the hump until we get to our actual power setup. Which does require some manual farming. And a feature we don't have yet. That is coming in 1.0, which is biomass burners that automatically take biomass in. And there's our power. So let's go ahead and make biomass wood. At least it makes the stacks at 20. What we don't have is the biomass rods, which we kind of want. Is that an easy milestone? Because that is the obstacle clearing, right? No? Oh, wait, what is it? There is biomass fuel rods, if you will. Oh, there it is. Solid biofuel. Here, you know, let's get it going. Let's get this going. This is gonna be a much more efficient use of our resources right now. We can add a little more wire until we can make 100 cable. Because all those biomass wood we just created, we can make that to fuel rods, and that'll burn a lot slower. There's like, you know, tiers in the early game, tiers of biomass, right? You go the straight leaves in the wood, which burns really quickly. You could turn that into biomass, which burns slower, but then you can combine it into a rod, and that'll force us to go out a lot less for stuff. We'll go collect the rods we have. We'll dunk our resources in here a bit. I guess there's nothing to dunk. We didn't pick it up, but we need rods to make screws. We need the plates. Should be enough screws. Oh, we need lots more screws. Okay. But that almost made enough. Handcrafting now. Da 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 da. Ow. There we go. 500 screws. This won't take any time at all. We just got to smack this thing 125 times. Hope you all have your coffee. Just writing a message. Most entertaining thing to do on stream is answer my DMs. only 250, halfway there. We have smacked this hammer 114 something, around 112 and a half times. Well, more than that now, because I started that sentence like 50 screws ago. 55 screws, 70 screws ago. You know, now that I've set that camera to be a little higher. Now I think it's too high. This is what we do. We continually adjust our stream. There we go, Cameron. I see we've also finished the screws. Alright, so we did all that. Oh, we get a launch pad. That's right, this launches now. Without its textures.
Biofuel will ensure maximum efficiency of biomass burners. To aid in biofuel production, you are now capable of removing
there's no bulk
that
craft for
consists
handcrafting.
primarily of wood. Additionally, R&D inflated your pocket dimension.
You don't. You stop doing this real soon. Real soon's probably a strong word, but what we can do now is this: solid biofuel. And this will make our wood and our grass go a lot longer. Yeah, it went invisible real quick. Yeah, and I don't know if this is an error on my end or an update 8 error. So before update 7 for sure, like in update 7, you saw that whole thing fly all the way up. It flew all the way up. You could see it landing. It had colors, a texture. Update 8 is the update to Unreal Engine 8, or Unreal Engine 5. And so I'm seeing a lot of graphical bugs I didn't see before. Factory textures missing on hub. Golden texture bug has been seen on conveyor lifts, also reported. Is the golden texture bug. It's caused when textures don't properly load, which might be the result of pressing E and left mouse button together when constructing buildables. Reload your save or leaving the area will normally fix it. Cool, cool, cool. There's this guy on the Satisfactory subreddit, I don't know if you've ever been there, that essentially answers every question. His name is Temporal Illusion, and he answers it with formatted lists and links. It's like his full-time job as a volunteer, like Reddit moderator. He's out of his mind good at it. You know, out of his mind quality for somebody who's doing it for volunteer work. But you know, there's always an answer for stuff in Satisfactory, so that's nice. Only 160 to go. It really is something we're gonna automate. This is the first factor, right? Turn leaves and wood into biomass, and then turn that into solid fuel. Definitely a factory. Always the first factory. But that first factory demands factory flooring and splitters. So, we're handcrafting this for now. We are the handcrafters. Handcrafters of craft.
Milestone
Handers.
exchange
Hand
completed.
to crafters.
Exit freighter re-entry complete.
Yeah. All right. I think that's fine. 300-ish. So, split that in half. Split that in half. Send the rest of it in. Now we've got some power. All right. So we were going to work on base building. We've already dunked some things in there for it. I already had some things dunked, did we not? We don't. this is handcrafting. Let's grab the iron. We'll refill the iron, and then we'll go start handcrafting the concrete. Which, you know, I guess now we've got... I was clicking the wrong ones. Now we've got a little more power. We could probably stop handcrafting that as well. Let's say a constructor needs 2 reinforced plates and some cable. Reinforced plates we're going to have to go grab from those machines. Cable we can hand make real quick right here. Oop. Come over here while we're at it. Grab all of our... Yeah, we need the plates. Need reinforced plates. Alright, reinforced plates. We need 2 of them, so... I think what we're missing is, yeah, screws. 12 screws. Okay. And concrete, and throw you in there. Poles and stuff, right? So this is... It needs concrete. Give me some concrete. You don't have any. I haven't made it. Concrete and wire. There we go. Alright, now all the things are being crafted. We need enough of this that we can probably craft some by hand. And I won't feel too bad about it. But the rest, it's kind of like the rest is time. Or handcrafting. This is the one way to speed it up. We're not going to double down on the amount of factory we've got over there. We're just going to make sure things stay topped off and we're moving. Okay. Let's see, we'll just dunk what we have. Again, moving means keeping these full. Nope, that's full of stuff. We want to pull out. Probably get some more iron. How is this going? Oh, it's nice and slow. Okay. We might be handcrafting more of that than we really meant to. Here. We've got enough copper ingots in our person at the moment. Plates and bars. And once it gets going, we're gonna be moving. But moving is hard. Alright, yeah, here we go. Hey, Devin, good morning. Happy Memorial Day and all that. By the way, I assume all of you are, like, probably off work today? I assume it's everybody's 3-day weekend. Could be wrong. Pretty sure clean federal holiday, bank holiday for sure. Yeah, no work for me today. I'm just coding for myself. That's awesome. What are you working on, John? What's going on for the fun coding side of things? Indeed, it is a 3-day. Any big plans for the last day of your 3-day, Devin? Good Destiny stream the other day. How long were you on for? Like 6-7 hours? I do not remember. I don't think I was there when you got offline. So you could have gone for much longer. You're trying to make a protocol-based social network. That's what I look for when I'm looking for my social network is specifically the protocol. I tease. 13 hours, damn. Yeah, you was going. How was your progress? You got caught up. You got your light level to 1810. You got any good exotics or builds going, or what? It was just working on your Titan. You were trying to get your stasis for your Titan, and then you were playing with some friends. That's as up to date as I was. About 2 a.m. Damn. Okay, so they're pretty full here. Although we need to do another run for materials. I imagine this is empty and these are paused. Right, this is... They're not even paused. We may need to put more miners over here. Oh, that was the wrong way. Things go into my inventory. So we'll look at making more miners. I think that's the right answer. But let's move the iron into this. First off, we can drop the bars we threw in there into here. Grab a bit more iron. I got caught up in both stasis, just farming for brave weapons with god rolls. But you could get any god rolls, I guess. That would be pretty cool. I have a few pretty good rolls on some of the stuff I've done. But a far cry from, I think, anything I'd call a god roll. Let's put a 5th miner over there. We really need this to start coming through, and then we'll dunk what we have so we don't... Well, I mean, so we can keep track of it, really. We're gonna focus on what we need. Unfortunately, all these miners become regular miners. I think they do. They might have been taken out of the recipe, actually, now that I think about it. So, we got a little bit of an increased production there for our limestone. This isn't really making it any faster or slower than I could. And I get to move around a bunch. I think this is the rods. That's the last of the rods we need. And limestone. It is all limestone. If you're curious about the thing I'm working on, I wrote a short doc on what I'm going for. Good to hear. Let me look at. I'll take a peek. Devin says, I remember trying this game out when it was way early access. Yeah, no, and I did too. I must have put 100 hours in on first launch, and I've come back every couple of updates, especially in the last 2 years. I think I played a lot of Update 7, a lot of Update 8. I want to say 5, Update 5. I put a lot of time in. I played the experimental branch of Update 8 with a friend. I played Update 5 with Brandy. Like, we together, we put a couple hundred hours into it. I own it now. I own it twice. I own it on Epic Games and Steam. I'm a huge fan. I'm super excited for 1.0. And we'll be starting over again with 1.0. The Protocol-ized social network should offer the ability for distributed platforms to communicate on a shared and understood protocol. The building blocks of this network is nodes. Each node is capable of functioning as a standalone system with its own user management authentication, so it should be able to communicate with other nodes, even sharing plugins with them. Interesting. So this is one social network to bring them all together. If I am smart enough to understand that first bit, which is likely not. The rest looks super technical. I can totally do the technical part. We need compounds. Come on. Knock this out. Not them all, just anything that uses this shared protocol. Okay, so you're not fetching social network stuff. They'd have to opt into this program. No 100% god rolls, but 4 out of 5 rolls. Okay, that's about where my stuff is. 4 out of 5. I've got some pretty damn good rolls tucked away, and I've got a whole bunch of, I say it's a handful, like one or two pretty goddamn good rolls, 4.5s out of 5s. But I'm at about the 80% as well. Base building.
Milestone reached. You have unlocked several structures aimed to provide
Last
the
one
first
before
needed
we
to build
really
basic
start
factory
getting into some
infrastructure
our
and
base
improved
building is
overview.
splitters and mergers.
Building these will provide a grid for more advanced organizing and sectioning of your factory.
We got some time before the space elevator returns. Let's get those milestones marked. There we go. 300 wire. 2 at a time. 150 smacks. Actually, 300 smacks. So there's 2 smacks per, and then 2 per. So 300 smacks. So it can't necessarily talk to Twitter, but if 2 people have their own Twitter, the 2 Twitters can talk together. Okay. Is there a use case for this, or is there like a, like why would I guess, want to use this? Is it like for an individual? I make a decision to use this because I have a need it's filling, and maybe if I read more of the document, I could just parse that out. All right, we're getting pretty good on the wire production. In fact, while we're at it, let's put a constructor down for wire. I think it's just this and 8 cable makes a constructor. Although this might be the limit of what we can do. Capacity is 40. We're consuming 4.5. Okay, we've got capacity for a set of a constructor. We don't have the capacity for the wiring. Which, it is all going to change real soon, but... we are dumping... wire. We want this to be wire. We want this to be ingots. This is... Can I pop them in here? I can. Get over there. And I guess we'll go do a resource run. To make sure all this is moving. Get our concrete out. We still need all this concrete for building the base. But it's good to see we grabbed it before it was full, and therefore these 5 miners completely useful. Doc is mostly technical. I plan on putting a blog post on my website once I reach point 1 to go with the Y. Okay. But the gist is that it allows people to create their own social networks rather than rely on a few giant conglomerates. Grab some of you, grab some of you. Like Facebook and Twitter, without isolating themselves into a single system because those small networks can intercommunicate. If you don't want to wait for mine to come out on Mastodon and Blue Sky, are already doing something similar. Emerging market. Alright. We have not taken a moment to stop the hand feeding yet. Or even storing. We are stalling for those things. But we've got a fair amount of materials at the end there. We pulled out. We're just staying on top of them. Yeah, alright. So we're going to need another 50 plates, I say 50 plates, 50 rods, and 75 wire, give or take. I am heavily rounding. Wow, 0 accounts. I'm impressed. Did you delete them? Like, or have you never created them? And 50-ish. All right, rods. Never made them. Wow. That's pretty good. Now, Twitch is also a social network. That's fair. You can get pretty broad with that definition. I need another 75 of these. I do have a Facebook account back when I started up, and back when it started up and killed MySpace. Yeah, MySpace was an interesting. MySpace itself was a lot of my early childhood. I remember doing a lot of MySpace, and then I just didn't evolve fast enough to keep up with Facebook, I guess, and died. And we never saw it again. I don't even know what. I'm sure it still exists.
Conveyor belts can now
good old
merge,
Tom.
split, and lift to increase the complexity
got our
and
conveyor belts.
efficiency
Cool.
of your factory.
Good old Tom sold his shares in MySpace at the perfect moment, or sold his company at the perfect moment, right? Well,
the productivity display will help you measure and improve the productivity of individual buildings to aid with optimization.
all right. Keep this going. Keep this fed. And now we're going to start building our first base. There we go. We should have plates and rods, which we just need for construction. Alright, we're going to need a couple constructors. We're going to need biofuel generators, right? We're going to need all of these things. In fact, let's go ahead and plan it out. So we're going to need a constructor to turn wood into biomass. We're going to need a constructor to turn leaves into biomass. And we're going to need a constructor to turn both of those into rods. We're going to need a storage container, 3 of them. One for leaves, one for wood, and then one for the biomass rods at the end. And then we're going to need a whole bunch of biomass burners. Let's start with 8. A handful of power poles, because yes. And a handful of wires. Even more. Let's say 40 wires, 30 power poles, 60 wires. Right, and from there we're gonna need a whole bunch of conveyor belts. Can I hold shift? I can. A couple of, I guess, one set of mergers. And that should be pretty solid. That's a pretty good to-do list. You can see down here the things we're gonna need to get going. So let's start with the screws, and we'll get our reinforced plates. 6, that's going to be for the 3 constructors. I think it's 12 screws per reinforced plate, so there's our 6 reinforced plates. They're the good old days when you went to see what some chick from school put on her page, and her favorite terrible song would immediately play at full blast on your speakers. Hell yeah. I was learning CSS just to use on my MySpace page. HTML embedding and all the stuff you could do to to make your page interesting. Interesting is probably a strong word. Let's put you down. Let's get you out and in. Yeah, we're gonna need to grab some more iron. Back when websites were like GeoCities and AngelFire, and we all had music and GIFs playing on our pages, everybody had their own personal page. Those were good days, man. That was the Wild West of the internet. Had a lot of fun. And we really do need stuff. More than anything, we need concrete, but I think right here is a fun little place for the power factory. Web 1.0 wasn't always accessible, but it was much more free. Yeah, it's slowly becoming like cable TV, right? We're slowly getting our content, the big major piece of the content, created and delivered to us by, you know, large organizations, corporations, rather than a bunch of individual voices. Um, it's much more mainstream now. There's a lot more people using it. We're playing all those web games and getting sent 400 notifications of so and so once your assistant, my farm needs watering. Yeah, I think I got my first Facebook account was banned because I was like sending messages in groups to get people to help water my farm. One of those games. I was like, oh yeah, cool, Facebook game. Let me just post my watering farm link on a whole bunch of Facebook groups. I came back the next day and Facebook account banned. Been a little bit trying to appeal that before I eventually gave up and just made a new one. Years ago, but yeah, that was decades ago. A decade and change ago. 15 years or so? Yeah. But also Flash games and Flash animations, the ultimate showdown of Ultimate Destiny. Yep. Flash games, Flash animations before YouTube was where we, got a lot of our content. That was awesome. I remember all that too. So we need 84 cable. We can make the cable right here. It's also going to take away from our wire, but we've got that producing. You can kind of see what materials we're going to want small factories for real early. And we're about to get into whiteboard territory, so that's exciting. New grounds? Hell yeah, new grounds. Why did Flash die again? Was it just unsafe? Because I feel like that's a real shame. Oh yes, we're whiteboarding. For sure. We're gonna need more copper, aren't we? I don't have a lot of copper hanging around. Let's dunk all. Let's see what we can dunk into the copper. Oh, we're not even making full use of what we have. Okay. Well, this could be some more copper. Flash was very insecure to the point Apple just stopped allowing it, and that killed the platform. That's fair. Apple did have dominion over a lot of things. When you own most of the mobile devices, what, 50% or more share of mobile faces, mobile operating systems. That's a lot of eyeballs. There got to have been just a better solution. We couldn't have made a better Flash or updated Flash. What was it, like Macromedia or something? Owned Flash? Is there no we can improve this, we can make it better? Where are we at? It looks like wire is gonna be one of our bottlenecks. But we have the ability to make it. Did I dunk enough in here? Did I have anything to dunk? It's mostly that this was sitting there. Let's take out or handcrafting. The handcrafting times. Did the Flash game maker market just move to Steam? Is there a treasure trove of fun indie games I'm missing out on? Nothing I'm tracking other than was it that indie game IO thing? Indie games.io. What was it called? Itch.io might be where you'd look if you were kind of interested in that area. What are we sitting on? A lot of concrete. which we have been filling in the machine pretty steadily. Okay. So we just got to keep dunking and getting here and picking up the concrete. That could still be ore. This could still be sent over here, even though I don't have the ore. Oh, we have ore over here. Let's go pick it up. I guess the plates are moving at a bit of a faster beat. And we have definitely ignored the miners so far. Also, when I get there, I can go big. We kind of want to go big. And that's more or less what we're waiting on. To go big with our next factory. So we could, and we've only got a couple plates and rods left before we can build the power structure, power facility we want. And that'll enable us to build the big factory we want. So, we said 10 more iron rods. And what's that, like 23 iron plates? Okay. One more stop here at the concrete factory, and we're ready. We're ready. Do I have... I think I have the... Yeah, chainsaw. We're going to want a chainsaw, which is going to take up a lot of our stuff that we just made. A little bit. I mean, mostly the reinforced plates, but super worth it. Let's get that chainsaw going. So 160 screws or something. Because when we build this, we're going to want to take down the trees that are in our way over here. Actually, going to need a whole bunch of screws. Because we're going to need to remake the reinforced plates, which means we're going to need rods. This is a cycle. Alright, let's get the chainsaw made first. I think that was it, right? One chainsaw. Chainsaw needs biomass fuel, so let's get that going. Just a couple pieces of solid biofuel. We'll keep this thing moving. Orb, hello there, friend. Welcome. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Oh, I see you messaged me. Said you just messed with Danjin, which is really fun. Da 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 da. Lowers her own health to deal damage, and then it has self-healing. I do need to get all those leveling bits. I need to get on today. Actually, I got a lot of things. I got to do my Street Fighter grind, and now I've got to do my Wuthering Waves grind. Probably way more biofuel than I needed. One more round of dropping things off, and we... Oh, wait, no, we need more rods now. Right? We took away from... And now we need rods. We need reinforced plates. We're going to have to rebuild some stuff. Hope you're having a good day, my friend. It is, you know, potentially a federal holiday for you. I don't know if you're off today or you're sitting at the office. You're off today. Welcome. What's your big plan? What's your big Memorial Day plan? Any any special, cookout plans, or is this a sit inside and enjoy the day off, forget the world kind of plan? I'm playing Wuthering Waves. Yeah. The wife got into it last night, and she started playing. She got to about I think she was doing the Scar mission earlier this morning, which was a lot of fun. I really love the thing they put together with that Fable. It actually made me stop and pay attention to what was going on. All right, here we go. Hands. We've kind of stalled for a period of time before we got our first factory together. Hey, hey, hey! What's up, friend? Thank you for the cheer. How you doing today? Hope you're having a beautiful morning. Happy Memorial Day. Nice. Actually, that mission is when the plot actually starts to start. It does. I agree. That was a lot of fun. Alright, control. Orbital Heal gifting a tier 1 sub. Thanks for the gift, Orb. I appreciate it. You know, I'll probably say it many times, but all you have to do is hang out. I appreciate you hanging out, but I also appreciate the gift. That's awesome. Thank you, man. Hell yeah. Now you're a number 1. You are number 1 in my heart, my friend. Hey, what is that? I can't. We gotta count that. That's 3. That's 5. That's. Oh, thank you very much, man. Oh, how's the missus and the little one? Oh, we gotta put ramps down here. Is this how we did it? 5 foundations. Yeah, we're gonna build this up. Oh shit, man. Well, thank you. Now I've got to count. Now I've got to count it all. Even my activity feed's like he donated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Is that 14 times 5? Which is a whole bunch of numbers. 70. Thank you for the 70 bits twice. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Glad to hear it. Does Beth solidify her contract with the indie studio? Is that a going? Well, thank you. 1,357 bits, man. Hello and welcome to the stream. What a way to jump in. Patrick, you're a hero, man. I'm doing individual. I need to turn this to Zoop mode to really go. Hey, thank you, dude. I'm gonna run out of space if I do it in this direction, aren't I? No, I'm not. We got plenty of space. We just need the fucking chainsaw. Let's go. Chainsaw. Finally unlocked 5-star echoes and hit union rank 30. Yeah, I'm still on like rank 14 or 15 now, so I've got that story to go. You got bored at 71 at a time. Nah, man, I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. You're the man now, dog. You're the man now, dog. Talk about old Flash games and shit. What were those? I mean, it was like you'rethemanNowDog.com, right? And they were like gifts and music. What was that made of? Was that Flash? Hey, Nano. Hello, friend. Welcome to the stream. Happy Memorial Day, dudes. Build mode. How do we change it? R. Zooping. We want to zoop. This is the best way to zoop. First factory will be power. You're the man now, dog. Is still around. Did it evolve? Because I know, like, oh god, what was that one website where you bought like one thing a day? They sold one thing a day. Like they sold out and evolved and just became another Amazon store. Woot. It was Woot. That's what I'm thinking. Woot was awesome. But now they're just nothing. Probably. Oh shit. You know, I've spent so much time making platforms. I actually now need iron plates and concrete again because I just spent it all. So we'll stop building those things there until we find a need to expand. Let's go and pick up more concrete. Let's go ahead and take a look at our iron plate and rod production over here. Meh.com is the new Woot. Let's check that out. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it looks like they're also doing like the mystery bundle. Assuming this is what like Woot used to do, where they would send you like a mystery package, and it could be like a TV or it could be like a paperclip. A lot of fun to be had there, honestly. Really enjoyed. I used to check Woot daily. Now let's get this moving again. I've actually bought a few things from Med.com. John says, yeah, it hasn't been bought up by Amazon yet. Woot was. Really went the opposite direction with the name. You know what? I didn't even think about that. It didn't even occur to me. You go from like a really excited name to just like, shop here, don't shop here, I don't care. Alright, so the point of this factory is you're going to run up here, and you're going to deposit things into 2 storage chests, right? So we get to the logistics, we drop the storage container. I want to run up, and I want to drop, plants in here. We're going to send it that way. And that way. And then we're going to run over here, and you're going to pick up the result, right? So we rotate it around, and we drop it here. It just occurred to me this might not be on the grid. This whole thing might not be on the universal grid. It definitely isn't, because I didn't put it there. So it's got to actually go away. It's actually got to go away. We've got to rebuild all of this, which is fine. Totally fine. Things have to be on the fucking, excuse my language, world grid. Because if they're not, they can't properly connect to other buildings. Let's try it again. So world grid goes, this is one of the problems, is the world grid goes in a direction. So if we want to use this canyon down here, we're gonna have to do something like this. Which I think is still good. We can still make this work. We start from like up here at this height, right? We can make that work. 6. We go like out there. That's 7. Let's make this 7. Cool. So we do mass dismantle. Get rid of that. We can chop down a tree that's sitting here. And I think we fit the factory here. The question is just, do we fit power there pretty easily or not? And I don't necessarily like where it's sitting. Problems, decisions. I think we're going back. I think we're going to stay off the world grid for this one, and this is fine. We'll go on the world grid for the next building, and we'll just go higher. Right, because you just build up. I mean, this is not a forever factory. This is a, for as long as it's needed factory, right? There we go. And now we're zooping this way. We'll zoop for 7. It can zoop for 10. That's 8. We'll come back and delete 1. Zoop for 7. Zoop for 7. Zoop for 6. And then we'll get out our handy dandy chainsaw. Well, since you don't have a way to see it, I'm going to send you a video of Beth's concert. She did a solo in a Baldur's Gate song. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, please do. I'd love to check that out. I know she was doing some practice for that concert. I want to say it was that concert, but I had not followed up. I had not followed up. I don't know if we need one more or not, so let's start with the building. All right, so this factory here, again, we're talking about we need to start with logistics containers. Not logistics, organizational containers. They go, you know, in here, line up each of them. Is that lined up? Is that really? I just gotta believe it. There. We flip it around, so it's coming back at us here. Now what you want to do is have, you know, wood in one, leaves in the other. So we'll figure out which is which in a minute. And I want to say that's enough spacing because constructors, I think they fit on one platform, right? Yeah, this will be fine. Not the right way though. One, two. Conveyor belt in. Alright, let's set this one to leaves. We'll set this one to wood, which means that's the wood, that's the leaves. They come out one end, and we don't need to make this efficient, right? We don't need to slam a constructor down for each of them. We can combine these materials at this point. It can go slow, it can back up, and that's fine. So let's put the merger down. Let's say that's merger on 4. Right in the middle, we want it to come out that direction. We can just combine those in there. Make another constructor. Just copy from here. And make biofuel. Solid biofuel. That now has the pleasure of coming around to you, but we line it up, right? Because we're gonna make things look good. That's kind of one of our major goals here when we build in Satisfactory is aesthetics, and we're gonna get just a start. Is that not lined up? That's lined up. Okay. All right. So now the idea, of course, is we dump wood in here, we dump leaves in here, and it all starts working. Well, it will once we power it, and we'll pick up solid biofuel, and we'll start dunking those in power that's here. And we do need a little bit of room. We go to power. We set up our biomass burners. We said 8 was a good start. We've left ourselves room to run along here, I think. We can always refactor this later, but ideally we don't spend too long here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. How do we feel? How do we feel? I think we do 4 and 4, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then how would we line it up, though? I know how we line it up. We do something completely different. Not completely different, a little different. So this can line up here. Let's say like that. And then we just run 4 deep on the left and 4 deep on the right. Now we're using all this space. Is that quite lined up? Or do I want to rotate? I think I want to rotate. To like that? That's probably exactly what I just had. That was wrong. And right there. Alright, cool. Now power poles between all of them. It says it's in the way, but yellow will let you build it. And I think we wanna let that happen. Like, technically this is in the builder, you know, the item space, but they decided a while back to just let us build there anyway. There are things that do require clearance. This just isn't one of them. We want, I think, all that to come back to a universal pole here. And the wiring, we don't have to be too perfect. Can I just hit multi-build? We'll find out. It's going to take a minute to send because it's an 8-minute video. Totally cool. You could always load it up as a private YouTube. I know I keep a lot of things stored that way. You know, unlisted, so I can send it to people, but nobody can find it. Okay, so this is kind of universal power pole. From here, we can like bring it down, but also we're gonna want to bring it over here to power these things. We can do that neatly. How? There we go. All done. All we need to do now is split a couple of this off into a couple biofuel burners and go farming. Let's go out there and gather biomass, and we'll get this factory going. Oh, I put all the biomass into the burners. I need some of that back. I'm so sorry. I don't need that much, but I need a little bit. We didn't. Oh, and our to-do list is good. Let's fix that. No, it's right here. Edit the to-do list. Nope, no private notes. We don't need 10 at a time. We take. Okay, there we go. We've cleared the to-do list. It was going to hold on until we put down all our power poles. Let's keep going. You see how much nicer this chainsaw is at gathering materials? It not only gets this like tree, but any biomass around it. So when I get this tree, that bush to my right, gone. Now, one of the 1.0 updates that they have announced is that you can set this to like single item. All right, so you can take down just the tree. Oh, we ran out of biomass fuel already. That's fine. We'll go fuel our biomass fuel generator. We said this was leaves. Yeah, we're going to have to put a sign on that one day. Leaves and wood. Oh, nope. The other way. Wood and leaves. Don't take it out. Put it in. Which, if I come over here, we got a little bit of biomass. A little bit of solid biofuel. The factory's moving. We want to kind of get that, all of those burners kind of maxed out. That'd be a great goal. I guess while we're at it, we should take these off. Grab all. We're very soon now going to be automating, very soon, TM, all of the other things. Now we've got a good power going. It's just going to take, a few trips like this every time the power goes out. Hopefully before the power goes out, to keep things a-moving. Yeah, let's go. We are cutting down the world. You're not allowed to be alive anymore, world. Definitely one of the things I'm looking forward to I'll tell you 1.0 is those biomass burners. I have to manually load right now. There is a mod that'll give them will let you load them directly from a belt, but that is actually a feature they're building into 1.0 as well. Now I might start working on I might load mods like that if this wasn't a stage we're trying to get away from today, right? I don't want to be dependent on this fuel if I can help it. I want to be on oil power as soon as, you know, it's reasonable. Oh, hey, buddy. Yeah, you can't have this. Let's go. Let's go. Thanks for the parts. What a nice way for him to, you know, deliver me some biomass. Biomass delivery. Straight from the hog. We're probably in a pretty good spot right now. I see, you know, 1,500 leaves, 300 wood. We're kind of just clearing our way to it now. I like how you use the taser to get the mass and not the chainsaw. Yeah, right. You think I could use the chainsaw on the hog just fine. We will get guns at some point, and that'll be nice. All right, let's dump off some of the concrete. Take the concrete, dump the concrete. At the beginning of our power empire is right here. This will last a bit, and realistically, I don't know how many of these we need working right now. 4. They're gonna work pretty slow because right now they're only fueling. They're only fueling the fueling process, so they drain slow. Good thing about biomass burners is they only work as hard. They only burn as much fuel as they need to do the thing. But we've got a world where we need full automation of things, and we can do that now. We can do that now. So let's sort out and get rid of some of the stuff in my inventory that we don't need. Right? We're gonna start breaking things down and building them again from scratch, if you will. If I hold control, I'll get most everything. And we're not using this power anymore. In fact, I want the solid biomass that you have in here. It's mine now. Probably can keep the constructor going. That's actually probably the first thing we're going to put up is a concrete constructor. But we've got a couple extra bits of biofuel. Let's just drop it in here. All right, let's keep this going. And let's plan the empire. But this time on the grid. So on the grid is going that way. On the grid right up there. We've got nodes here and there and up and there. We've got some height here to overcome. We've got lots of height to overcome, honestly. If we go that way, we've got this ridge line. If we go that way, we've got this toxic stuff we could probably build over. What about this way? That seems like a fine way. We could go that way. That kind of matches where all the lines are going. I ain't done it before, so let's do it. Let's start high, though. That's probably not even high enough, but it feels pretty high. Start of the factory, right? Is it above that level? Because we're going to need that space going that way. Let's go. Sometimes I think it might be more fun to build like ground level and then work with the terrain. I think maybe a little high. We don't need nearly those last two. Here we go. 'Cause I do like still seeing the terrain, but then you're definitely gonna run into problems. I just realized I have to level my units and ascend them again. Oh yeah, because you hit the new level 3, didn't you? World Tier 3 or whatever it's called. You know what? Nah. Let's regret some decisions. Can we do it just at this level? That's a pretty good runway. That rock right there, what happens with it? We just kind of go past it. We don't have to be higher than it. We're going to build with the terrain a bit more. Maybe the natural flow of the terrain. But we are just kind of building the starter facility. Decisions. Too high. I want all the basic materials kind of here, right? Like, it's kind of important to get them. Control, we're going that way with it. We can come all the way back here to start it. We're kind of losing space, especially because we're going to come right from the miner. Right there. There we go. We plan big, right? There we go. Now we're building with stuff. And that'll go right over that rock. We just don't have the foundation for it, which is one of the first things we've got to do. Alright. Cool. Let's get a miner going. Can't quite. Pick up miner. Pick up miner. Pick up the miner. The miner is also required for mining. You've been stuck on a portable miner beam this whole time. But I know you get stuck on bases. So we're gonna encourage you to go away. There it is. Alright. Miner. Production. Miners. We can make a few of these. That's good. Miner Mark 1, right on the limestone. Wire. There we go. Now you're mining. We're gonna just throw down a constructor right in front of it for now. A bunch of them. We're gonna probably throw a bunch of these temporary factories up. We've just now got our space. Make concrete. Once you make that concrete, dump it in a container. Try that again. Dump it in a container. Alright. Ideally, we're doing all this up here very soon. I know we don't have any plates or stuff to really do that with. Concretes and plates. Concrete and plates. So, same thing over here. Pick up the miner. Pick up the miner. And pick up the miner. Alright. I think it's whiteboard time, guys. Fuck, it's whiteboard time after this is moving. Let's get the miner up. Production, 1 miner. 1 smelter. And 1 constructor. Belts. Belts. And power. We need concrete for power. We got concrete, right? 13 concrete. Alright, so power. Okay. That's moving. I feel like we just got to do all of it. We've just got to get a thing of rods going as well. A thing of wires going. Like, yeah, we're gonna have to tear down that rock on top of it though, and just do it. There's only so much we can. Like, I want to be able to step away and know that some production's going. So we need a smelter, and again, going that way. We need a constructor going that way. Pop. Pop. We make, now that I think about it, did I even set the other one to be iron ingots? Rods. Yeah, we didn't. Make you ingots. And make sure you are plates. Alright, so we've got plate production, we got rod production. We could kind of throw down more over there for a whole nother set of concrete. But the only thing we don't have kind of working in the background for us. Oh, we don't have it. We don't have it. We need to power it. Is kind of wire. We could get that going as well. Logistics. Organization. Container. Right. So, if we're gonna do this, we also want to store it. This is so terrible. Because I'm doing that. That's disgusting. We just don't want to be working and not having stuff work for us. I think the last one I wanted was a miner, a constructor, a smelter, and a storage container. We need some iron plates. We got a couple of those making. We need some concrete. We've got a couple of those making, and we can go do the same thing up top. There we go. Workforce. Baby's first automation. And we don't have to do the cables as well, but just having a stock of wires will go a long way. Not that we couldn't split it into 2 containers pretty easily. Not enough space to pick it up. Alright, well, let's dump some stuff. This would be blasphemy before, but here we are. Alright, so we get a miner. We'll send it that way for now. Yeah, we need to actually get rid of some foliage. Oh, and we're out of fuel. Okay, so we're not getting rid of everything we want. We're gonna have a smelter. Smelter is probably, yeah, smelter and then 2 constructors. I want to say we want 2. I don't know if we can build a second one. So we can't right now, but before we make the second one, we do still want to save space. So let's say that. We need a splitter. we just take the output here and split it into two. No, we have to make wires. We actually have to make wires to make cables. So it is actually constructor here. Connect them together. We need more plates. We thought about the plates for the buildings. We didn't think about the plates for the conveyors. And we'll bring the power this way while we do it too. $45. Yeah, this is the slow area problem. Oh, we did say we'd bring power. Of course, every power line we put down is a consumption of materials we're not tracking as well. Put that in as fast as we can. Copper ingots to wire. Then we want the splitter. And this is a merger. We want the splitter, which we could probably put down on 5. I'm gonna want to rotate that. I know I am. One of these goes to storage, and the other goes to another constructor, which we don't have the room for, do we? No. So let's, for now, drop our storage container here. And just send it over. Are we powered? We're not powered. But there we go. We're gonna have to travel up here for wire. I think we definitely get the cable going. And then we're allowed to whiteboard. Then we're allowed to sit. Everything will kind of be running. We're allowed to take a moment. We'll refuel too. Yeah, it's just iron plates, right? Which is just a handful of screws. We've got the plates. We'll need to make sure we've got some iron plates, which we're not going to handcraft because we're slowly feeding it over here. A doot doot doot, a coot doot doo. Automation. Alright, that's fine. Bring it over. Bring it here and there. Turn it on to cable. And slam it into a storage container. There we go. Alright. We've got a factory to build, to plan. After we power everything up, we've got a factory to plan. So, leaves in this side. Wood in this side. Pick up the biomass. And we start dunking it in. Just dunk it in the new places. There we go. 100. 100. 96. 100. And 100. Now this one, what are we at? I mean, we're solid. We're going pretty solid here. We're feeling pretty good. Are we building this as fast as we can? Because this is going to be a thing we need a lot of. Yeah, one constructor for this pace is about all it's going to take. That's all it can handle. And this, again, it all gets deleted. We've got stuff to plan. You see we immediately start running out of concrete, right? It's so important. In fact, it's so important. We need to do one more. We gotta plan one more thing. We need to put down another miner on the other concrete on the other side. It's gotta be going twice. There's just no ands, if, or buts about it. Preparing to prepare. Preparing to prepare. That's what this game... That's how this game gets me. Alright, we got all the stuff. Storage. We need more iron plates. Surprise, iron plates. Cool. One of the reasons I like this area, even though everything here is kind of impure, all these nodes are, which one's this one? Is it? Yeah, impure. We get two limestone, so we can overcome some of that. But concrete's gonna be a bottleneck for a minute. I mean, a lot of the things are gonna be a bottleneck. Once we get this set up, we're gonna be trying to expand the amount of stuff we're getting, right? So let's pull the miner over. Player is in the way. I don't want to be in the way. Let's make the constructor and the storage. And I will come over here for this. We'll eventually pull these into group storage. The idea is once we get this set up, we're not really leaving our domain too often. We're not leaving that platform, if you will. So playing down here, we'll eventually, you know, we need concrete. We're low on the concrete again. Jumping. Yeah, at the end of this starter factory will be a series of storage chests. All the things will converge onto. And that'll be, you know, starter base 1.0. Everything's a starter base until it's not. Cool. That's working. I see green lights. It doesn't have materials, but that's fine. We can give you a head start. And you're going to be getting materials at like 30 per minute. That's fine too. Now it's planning time. We've got a lot of space here to work with. We've got very few materials to get this started. You can see I have 71. Like how many of these can we really get pushing? It looks like it requires 35. Yeah, 35 per row, and this is only going to get wider. We're only getting wider with this. We're going to have problems up there, but we're not that concerned about it yet. I don't think we're going to get that far with this base. We do have some bushes trying to... Oh, no. Oh, no. I want to pick you up. I think I can just pick you up. Yeah, I just can't do it with the chainsaw. The bushes going through our floor. Oh, right. So, let's talk about ratios and belt speeds and bringing all this up. So, we're going to have belts coming, and we want to produce a couple of things. Whiteboard, which we can do some adjustment on. Actually, break time, and then whiteboard. I need to get some quick food in me. Grab another, well, I guess not another coffee. Let's grab a soda, and we'll be right back to the whiteboard. Well then, hello there. We are back with the redemption, the water check redemption, which there's water in this. Thank you. I was feeling quite parched. So, we're gonna whiteboard. That's right, we're at the whiteboard thing. Hey man, Bitman, gotta stay hydrated. You know, gotta make sure we're keeping liquids flowing. This is like Pepsi's answer to 7-Up, the Starry. It's Starry Zero in this case. It's alright. I didn't buy it because I like it. Particularly like it. It's fine, I like it. I didn't buy it because I particularly liked it. I bought it because it was cheaper. Whiskey has water. Yep. Coffee has water. Exactly. Soda has water. If you don't believe it, get a Soda Stream. You take water and you add syrup to it. It's water. Number one ingredient: carbonated water. All right. So this fun little can, which we did some setting up on. Let's get it quite lined up. How do I want to get this? Because we got it flipped the right way, right? Bring it in to about here. Because I want to be able to hear I want you guys to be able to hear me on the mic. I did have the mic on the other side for this problem, but then it's just in an uncomfortable location for me when it's over here. So we're gonna turn our head a little bit still from time to time to talk in the microphone. What we probably want is I'd say to tilt this ever so slightly so it's like straight, and then move the whiteboard over. Let's see if we can't just get that perfectly aligned, because we're going to be using this quite a bit. So the time we take now to get this done well, to get this looking good, we're going to be well worth it. There we go. I'll take that. So we need to make some parts, and I'm going to pull up on this end probably a constructor. In fact, can I build a constructor real quick for this? Let's go ahead and build a constructor so I can look at the recipes. Reinforced plates, right? So we need 12 screws, and we need to pick up plates next door, because we've just kind of spent all the plates about as fast as we can produce them. So we're going to throw down a constructor. Oh, we didn't build the plate. We didn't build the reinforced plate. Reinforced plate. Let's just craft all we can. Let's just get ourselves 4. Ooh, whiteboard emote. Not bad. Not bad. That's a good idea. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe we spend some time making a whiteboard emote. I like that. That's a good one. But you can see here the list of things we want to craft. It actually does not have reinforced iron plates on here. And I wonder why that is. What does it take to make reinforced iron plates? They made somewhere else. And an assembler. Is that a thing we can't do yet? We could craft them. So I assume we can craft them. Oh, this is not an assembler. Right, which we will also need to craft. And I think that was back here doing its work, right? Like a tier part assembly. There we go. That is a peaceful need. So we'll just have to pull up the crafted iron plate thing next. So, whiteboard. Take some notes. So our first thing up is the iron plate. That's going to require 30 iron per minute to make 20 per minute. 30 iron ore. Alright. Our next recipe is the iron rod. That's going to take 15 per minute to make 15 per minute. 1 to 1. Okay. Our next one is the screw. Screw actually takes iron rods. So it requires, how do we want to annotate that? 10 per minute rods to make 40 per minute screws. So that's 10 per minute of the iron rods. Alright, that's the start of the iron production. What we want to take a look, and I guess we gotta do copper because it's going to require copper and iron to make reinforced iron plates. So that's the screw. So next is wire. We'll do a little bit of a squiggly here. And so this is copper parts. This takes 15 per minute to make 30 per minute. And then the cable takes that wire. So takes the wire, takes 60 per minute to make 30 per minute. And then last is concrete, which is just little wiggly. It takes 45 per minute to make 15 per minute. I think that's last because the biofuel's next. Okay, so then it's the assembler, and that's going to be reinforced iron plates. And this, I think, is what we're kind of designing a lot of this factory around. So let's go ahead and look at the calculator, the planners, blueprints. Not blueprints. I'm online right now, so Satisfactory assembler. I need to know reinforced iron plates recipe. Go to the wiki real quick, and it'll tell us that it's iron plates and screws. So it's going to be. Oh wait, is there no cable? Cable's in the constructor, not in the reinforced iron plates. But it is 30 per minute of the plates and 60 per minute of the screws to make 5 per minute of the reinforced iron plates. We can annotate that way. For now, plates, screw plates. If we're gonna like write it unlegibly, let's just go, plate, screw, right? Okay. So at the end of this base, at the end of this section, what we're gonna want is a number of storage containers for each of these materials, and I'm going to want a way to dunk in additional iron, copper, and concrete, iron, copper, and limestone into it, and we don't necessarily need to scale it up. We don't need to scale it up permanently. Like, this doesn't have to be infinitely scalable, right? I just want to have the ability to go a full belt, I think, of tier 2 resources. And right now, go back to the game, a conveyor belt is 60 resources per minute. What's the logistics 2? What are we sitting at for logistics belt 2? Is it 120 or is it more or less? 120. All right. So theoretically, I want to be able to feed in 120 of each resource, and maybe even 2 belts of iron when we're here. like 2 belts at now, right? So 60 and 60, and then 120. So let's see kind of where that breaks up. Let's see. If we want, how many constructors for each, I guess is the question. I guess what can we feed in? So at 60, we could feed in 30 into iron plates, and then 30 into iron rods, and then half the iron rod production, 15 per minute, could go into a screw production. All right, so there's 60 right there. That's a single constructor for iron plates, two constructors for iron rods, and 1 for screws. And if we double that, that becomes 2, 4, and 2, right? And that's 120. So that is 120 iron per minute. Just hold on to that thought, because reinforced iron plates, I think, makes this more difficult in a minute. So wire, what are we even mining at an impure node? Let's not worry about the node, because we might just bring more copper to it. If I want to do a full production of cable, it takes in 60 wire per minute, which means I would need to produce, I would need 2 wire producers to hit that cable mark. So I think 3 times. So 3 wire machines would give us 30 per minute wire and 30 per minute cable. So if we do times 3 here, times 1 down there, this is a total of 45 per minute. And that's probably all we'll ever need. Not all we'll ever need. We could we could make this 60. Where would we put it? I mean, just making the wire come faster. We only at this input rate of 60 per minute, and we're producing a lot here, right? Let's go with 45 for now. Expandable to, if we expand it to 90, there we go. We're doubling everything. If we leave it expandable to 90, we just need 6 and 2. Okay. Now we come down to concrete. I mean, as fast as we can get in, we want to produce it. These miners, the Mark 1 miners, are capable of what? As we're kind of... Let's go back into the game. These Mark 1 miners are capable of 60 resources. So they're capable of a belt. A Mark 2 would be capable of 120. So we can kind of plan for 120, I think, for this. And 120 here is 3 constructors. And we're going to just bring that in from outside. We're going to have to combine some belts. Which leads us at reinforced iron plates, which I would love to produce out of like 2 machines and get 10 a minute. I think it's going to require an entire separate factory of its own. So if we come back here, and this is... Go back to the game for a moment. And we look at what these iron nodes are capable of producing. We're going to see that they're coming in at 60 per minute. These are normal nodes, are all of them normal. They're 60 and 60 and normal. Okay, so 60. So if I fed reinforced iron plates 60 iron a minute, we'd have to redo the whole factory, right? We don't have to redo this. I guess the question is, do we just take half the production from what we're doing with iron up here and send it down here? Or do we start a whole new iron, pull from a whole new node at 60? So with 60 per minute, what could we make? With 60 per minute, we could use 1 constructor for iron plates and 1 screw we could get 20 per minute here of plates and 40 per minute down here, operating about, so let's say one constructor each operates at 66%. At 60. So this is if we gave it one iron node. But we could give it 2 iron nodes. We can in fact give it all of this up here. 2 constructors for plates, 4 constructors for rods, 2 constructors for screws. I guess we don't need 4 constructors for rods. Needless to say, we could give this 120 for reinforced iron plates, 120 of the iron. And we could give this 60, and I think that works out. There's some math here because we don't need the rods as badly. We only need just enough rods to produce the screws. Which is to say that you think it was a menu in Factorio. Yeah, that's fair. So I don't think we need to necessarily worry about this section. Let's go back to BitMaven says, wouldn't it be 2 times into 1 cable? So I think, let me relook at the wire cable because we're about to erase it. What we're saying here is that if we feed in 90 per minute of copper, if we allow for a capacity of 90 per minute with the copper, we can make wire 6 times. And then that would produce well, 6 times 30, 180 per minute. And then we would take out 120 per minute to make 60 per minute. Right? So 180 minus 120 will give us 60 per minute wire left over, and then that 120 down here would give us 60 per minute of cable. So all we're doing with 6 and 2, 6 and 2 here is we're making sure we're keeping some of the wire. I can hear the power in the game starting up and turning off pretty regularly. But let's rethink some things. We're gonna keep some notes. So the wire cable, this part here, I think is fine. Right, 6 wire constructors, 2 cable constructors, 3 concrete constructors. The wire feeds into the cable and the concrete, right? We could do that. Yes, yeah, I am keeping 1/3 of the wire. Let me come to here. So we're keeping 1/3 of the wire because if I've got this done correctly, and I'm double checking now because you're pointing it out. Not the rods. The cable takes in 60 to make 30, 2-to-1 ratio. So we're sending 2/3 over to make the exact same amount of cable per minute as we're making wire per minute. So wire 6, cable 2, concrete 3. Let's do. We save that. Yeah, we just put a box around it. We're fine. What we're trying to sort out is how we want to do the reinforced iron plates, because we have essentially 180 iron to work with. And one setup we had up here, one easy setup of, iron plates, rod, and screws require 1, 2, 1 constructors. And that should consume, let's see, that's 30, 30. Well, it is just 30 and 30, right? So that's 60. Because the screws are made from rods. This is times 2. Because when you're making 30, 10 of that's coming down here. You're making 30 per minute. It's going to become 20 per minute. Because you're taking 10 off. So 20 per minute plates, 20 per minute rods, taking 10 off and making 40 per minute screws. that requires 60. We could do that, and that could just be its own factory. But then we got to do reinforced iron plates. So let's say we have 60. Let's dedicate 60 to reinforced iron plates, and we have all this space here, I think. All the space down here to say that we need 30 plates per minute if we were to make one constructor that worked at full power. It would be 30 plates per minute, which is 45 ore. And if we need 60 screws per minute, we would need, and that's 1.5 constructors. If we need 60 screws per minute, that would be, so we're getting 40 a minute, that would still be 1.5 constructors. But if we work backwards, what's 1.5 constructors is 15 rods per minute, which is 15 ore. So 1.5 constructors is 60 ore, producing 5 per minute. So the question is, we probably make this 120. I think reinforced iron plates, we don't want to bottleneck on those. And we're already producing 20 plates per minute, 15 iron rods per minute, or do we want to double up on the iron plates? And I think the answer is we split the difference and just make this 2 constructors, which would then be 60 ore and 20 ore. If we do it times 2 for both of these, 2 constructors for iron plates, reinforced iron plates, brings us to 80, which leaves some left over, which will leave 40 left over, 40 iron ore left over. That iron ore doesn't neatly do anything. This is the minimum requirement to set all this up again, is 60. So I think we commit to one or the other. We have to commit to the basics being buffed up or the mildly advanced. And what we're actually, here's a solution. We just use 240 and we do it that way. We just do 240. Yeah, that works. 240. We'll just have 2 full belts of Mark IIs planned to go in. There we go. We're not going to have all of it coming in now. We will have to go out and find some iron. It's available. It's absolutely available to us. So let's take all this and simplify it. Let's take some notes so I don't forget. Let's make this easy to understand. We're going to have a section of the factory that's going to be making the basic 3 materials. That's going to have 120 ore per minute. That's going to feed into straight into plates times 2. Two constructors. That's going to feed into rods times 4 constructors, and that's going to feed an amount of its input, because we don't have to actually do this well. But down into screws times 2, because there's a way we're going to just feed the excess in and also capture it. And that's the first belt of 120. The next thing we planned for was an amount of wire. Times 6 wire requires how much again? I think it was 90 is what we decided. Yeah, times 6 is 90. Right? So 90 per minute. That's going to be wire times 6. And that's going to feed cable times 2. Concrete times 3. And concrete was 45 times, it's not quite 120, it's 135. It can handle. We're not quite going to get there. It's a weird number. It'll require either planning for double belts, double Mark II belts. And then anyway, our last one was reinforced iron plates, which is 120 iron per minute. And then reinforced iron plates, or RIP, times 2. And that's going to be a whole factory of, like, matching this. We're going to repeat that again. Repeating that again on the right side, but with the only difference is not enough, just enough rods for rods. So, first factory, concrete. Let's move that away from my desk. Let's pull up the microphone again. Awesome. Scoot on in. That's our building. Just screw the rods for RIP. There we go. You got the lingo down. We're on it. Most important thing we can do here is leave space. And that's going to cost every bit of this we can muster, every bit of concrete we can muster, and every bit of iron we can muster. I'll even, call this a miniature tutorial for getting your starting base going. I almost considered pulling up an old diagram I had used before. The problem with the old diagram is if I used it, I wouldn't have gotten to whiteboard all that stuff. Thank you. So, we're going to go in the order of concrete, then copper, because they're the least complicated, then iron products, then reinforced iron plates. And I think we do that, we can keep it clean, and we're going to slowly get wider, it feels like. Let's fill you up. And take you. There's a lot of platform space. Because I think this is going to be like 40 wide. Like we're going to run into some space issues. And now I think about it, it's probably best if, even though we're extending this way, we bring in materials from this side. This side to do it. And then the factory goes this way, maybe? This is actually a tough position to be in. Let's see kind of where we get to. I think we get like that much clean space. Of course we're going to need to check our power and all the fun stuff. Unfortunately, while we've been eating and while we've been talking, all of this has been working, and that's brilliant. You see we even got, a fair amount of materials here. A full stack of concrete and some change. How's our power going? Like, can we cap it all off? Oh, this had 50, and now it's at 11? Oh, we're great. We're gravy. These were like at 150. I think some of these had 100 in them. Yeah, we've only lost about 40 per. And are we gonna? Yeah, we're gonna fully cap out. That's awesome. Times 8. Fully capped out times 8. Capacity of 240. We're consuming 50, so about a fifth of it. I did see that 6, so maybe a fourth of it. We have 120 left, and we're gonna hold on to it. All right, so we're just kind of thinking about where the front of the factory goes, and where we're gonna be bringing the resources, because we can bring the resources this way, and then the factory gets built along here, right? And we go wide this direction, and then we have near infinite space that way. But if it's too short, we run into the problem. So if I look over to the right, to the left, the way I'm going to want to do this is we're going to count on the whiteboard. So we're going to need to be as wide, I think, as the constructors are. So let's say the plates, the iron products. We need 2 plates, 4 rods. We need at least 6 constructors wide there. The wire itself, very similar. All right, we're going to need 6 wide there. The 2 cables can be behind that. But it's going to be 6 platforms for iron plates, 6 platforms for wire. Probably call it 8 and 8, 16 platforms. So we have space in between them. Let's not count space yet. So 6 and 6, so 12. Concrete's going to want 3 spaces. So that's 15. And reinforced iron plates are going to want... Let's write that down before I drop the numbers. 6, 3. Reinforced iron plates. The idea here is we need a number of screws, a number of plates for 120. It's not quite 6 because we don't need the rod production. We're sinking how much of our rod production into screws. It's produces at... We had it all up, but we've definitely erased it, so we could... consumes at 10, produces at 15. So if we need 60 screws per minute, we need 120 screws per minute. We need 3 screws, 30 rods, 2. 2, 2, 2. Okay. So 6. No, 4. So we need to make sure we have a space that is 19 wide to do this. 19 blocks wide if we were being tight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we just don't have the option of going this way unless we tuck some things in creatively. Yeah, 3 times screw constructors. You're right. And we'll also be positioning those on the second layer so they don't be as long as we have 4 to start, we can build 4 into 3 width, because it's going to be 2 constructors for plates, 2 constructors for screws sitting side by side, and then constructors for then 3 constructors for screws behind that, and then behind that 2 assemblers. So if we're going a direction, what about this direction? So if all the resources are coming from here, and they're going this way, constructors are kind of big. We count them for 2 blocks. So we have a round of constructors, space for belts, a round of constructors, a space for belts, a round for constructors. So wait, we can do that easier. Essentially 9 plus space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9. All right, so we can do it this way. Let's expand out. We're gonna need all the space anyway. So let's see what happens as we go out this way. Yeah, we're just gonna go all 10. Because we might be able to just go wider over here and over there. And I kind of like the flow if we bring it over here. Thank you, automation. Automate my platform parts. All right. We still have plenty left. Cool. Because if I can fit all the production and bring in parts here, I think that's what I want. But we'd have to do something like that, or we bring it over here. And I think it's not going to work. All right, so we're going this way. Okie dokie. So we said we start with concrete. We're going to probably build from this corner over. All right, so if we expect concrete, we'll give it like space to come up here. We'll put 3 constructors down. Let's keep one with where nothing exists so we can walk around on it. 3 constructors. Let's do it. That's going to be 1, 2, 3. 3 constructors for concrete into 1 storage container. I guess if it's coming down here, home's over there. But we'll sort out that space later. So let's get the reinforced plates being made. It's just requiring screws. Cool. So, theoretically, belt comes here, hits a splitter going that way. I don't want him to be centered. There we go. Did I center that? No, we didn't center shit. It wasn't even lined up with the other one. Alright, so we can center it here. Make sure the green line exists, and there. Alright, so that feeds this way. This is called a manifold. We're only going to feed into one from one area. We're not going to split it. Overflow kind of just works itself out. I'm going to say that is centered. Bam. Power poles. 1 and 2, and I think they each get a power pole. Or do they not? I guess each power pole can hold 4 connections. Go ahead and press the concrete button. And jump on back and copy, and it's just copy paste, right? Yep, copy paste. You are now all simply waiting for input and power. So let's think about power. Power comes from over there. We just want to have a line. Oh, we're missing cable. We're not missing it. I wouldn't say I'm sad to not see it. I guess I am kind of sad to not see it, because now I got to go get it. Cable. Wire. Yeah, we're not going to need these materials for a minute. Ouchie. And we just kind of connect the power cleanly. Right, let's get up here so we can see the full breadth of our... There we go. There we go. Power connected. Now we're going to need to bring it in. And this is one of the first things that's going to be, I won't call it a problem. Here, let's focus on this for a second. I think that's lined up. I want to get this lined up, but we were kind of, yeah, that's not gonna just work. Why can't I rotate? What's going on? There we go. I think that'll line it up better. It's been a while since I've had to, like, work these out. Now we just destroy all this. And we go straight in. Yeah, look at it. Look at the space where we can hide belt work. Because guess what we're about to hide? Belt work. Whatever happens under here, don't matter. Alright, we got a merger. We can fit right on there. There we go. Essentially, this is popping out at what pace? Because this is impure. The others were normals. It might even just be 30 per minute. Yeah, popping out at 30 per minute. The belt itself is 60. Let's make sure that's true. Yeah, 60. So this is going to be a full belt of 60 eventually. I think there was some stored up in here. Oh no, now it's coming out. There we go. Now it's coming out at half speed. And these are broken because of power poles, right? Oh no, it's coming. It's coming. Good, good, good. We didn't break it. It's just real slow. Glad we have some space for fucking around down here, but we don't actually have as much space as I'd like. All right, next factory. Super simple. Next factory is copper. We're gonna bring a copper line in. We're gonna bring it in right here. It's going to need 6 spaces. So we go with a splitter. Coming in that direction and then rotating there. That's the way we want to do it, right? 6 wide. There. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Which is 6 constructors. So let's go ahead and queue up all of our production. So 6 constructors for wire, 2 for cable. It's going to require smelting, or we can probably start smelting at source to save some space. We don't need to be bringing raw materials here, which is to say, how much do we need to smelt? So the smelter, if I put it down, smelts us at 30 per minute. So we're only going to need 2 smelters right now at each normal node, less if it's not. So let's say we'll need 2 smelters max over that way to bring our copper in. So we'll plan that. We bring it all along the manifold. Let's go get our constructors. Our constructor reinforced plates. Oh, right. This should really be going to a storage container. We'll do that. And these are just mergers. Perfect. Just merging on in, and we'll bring that down and over to a mall before long. But let's get this constructor stuff done. We need a lot of constructors. Another, what's that, 12? 12 more. Whenever we see that say 12, right? I think we're sitting on enough plates to make as many as we can manage. We're going to find out. We might have to make plates, right? Like that's the reality, we might have to hit some plates. Nope, we don't have to touch plates at all. In fact, that was only like 72 plates required, and we have 230. Bop, 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 bow. Okie dokie. That's enough to pop down 6 constructors. Now, of course, all these aren't going to be working. It's going to take quite a bit to saturate that belt. But now it's time for these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Facing the wrong way. Facing the wrong way. Alright, do it again. So I take in from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And we get all the power where we want it. Before we start doing belt work. I think yellow is fine, right? We just make it right on this line here. Keep it out of the pathways. More power lines than we need. And we configure this to be all wire. The only downside with copying and pasting is I've got to take my fingers off a WASD. Alright. Belt work. Ooh, you're bad. You're actually a terrible spot. What happened to you? Oh boy. Okay, that's set up there, and we do the same thing on the other side, but with mergers instead of splitters. And we take it all, I'd say a direction. Let's line it up here. Let's keep all of it neat. And the first one we can put like right here, right? And then we rotate to go in that direction. So it's not giving me all the lines. I just gotta kind of know, I guess, that we're centered. Most importantly, lined up with the, the other mergers. There we go. And there we go. Factory done. How fresh is this fresh start? Well, this fresh start is 3.5 hours old. So we are getting our starter base really going. We've got some, minor production going on down here to make sure we're getting plates and rods in good production. We've got concrete going. We've just plugged in a better concrete factory here. We've got power sustained over there. So I would say 50% fresh. How are you doing this morning, Malderian? I hope it is as fantastic as somebody playing a brand new start of Satisfactory, because this is a dreamy game. I love it. And every time I start fresh, I'm in such a good mood. All right, we're so good on biofuel. All right, so the thing we said we wanted to do over here was throw down enough smelters and start bringing down the copper lines, which we're doing kind of sloppily at the moment. I guess we could put a little more time and effort into the quality of the lines, but let's see what we're producing out of here. Because we're going to smelt on site for everything. So we're actually getting 60 per minute. We're smelting half of that, right? It's 30 per minute to smelt 30. So we're going to want 2 smelters. Let's put them on platforms and send them down, right? Do we have biofuel? I want to have biofuel. I know where to get. Oh, I have biofuel. Cool, cool, cool. We need to clear some trees. Clearing trees, making room, throwing down 2 smelters, put them back on a belt. And actually, all this can kindly go away. Assuming I have the inventory space for any of it. I do. Oh man, so much more inventory space than I'm used to having in Foundry. In fact, we can probably trash some of this. Oh, excuse me. To make room. Let's get a good, nice vantage point. Produce... just a small platform. Just a nice... well, that's not quite enough. We need a little more. Do we? No, we don't. Smelters aren't one wide. Just enough to put down smelters. Centered and centered. Splitters. Because we're coming from there. Get some power poles down. We're going to have to connect it to there. Oh, it's on the belt because it was already full. Not because it was powered. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. Is that not a powered pole? Oh, I haven't set it. Copper ingots. And copper ingots. Let's get you on some mergers. That's not centered. It's not centered. When you gotta get centered. You can't be weird. Merge these lines back together. 60 per minute. We're heading over there. All right. I think we start here, right? We're going to delete this belt in a second. Because we're going to want it to be a conveyor lift. Down. Oh, okay. It actually lines up. All right, so we won't delete it. We're going to bring it down to this ramp, I feel. All the way over here. And probably through some terrible, terrible belt work. Loop it over there. All right. It is this section. I think it's this one we're going towards. Yeah. So we did the same thing we just did. this going. Into there. Copy the... And bam. Bam ba dam bam ba dam. We should be getting pure copper rod. So, the thing is, though, we don't just make wire. With wire, we make cable. Hey, Fireboy69, thank you for the follow. And hello and welcome, as we are a couple hours into a fresh Satisfactory run. We had a look here. We need 2. Yeah, okay, we've got the 3 concrete. 2 of these are for cable. So we need 2 cable constructors. 2 cable constructors are... Well, I guess they're going to be... Depending on the recipe again, right? It's going to be wire, but cable requires... I need 120 of the wire, so only 2 of this wire is making it over. And that's assuming... Here's the problem. That's assuming we get enough bars to fully saturate this much. We are getting 60 per minute, which is going to fill the first 4. We're going to saturate 4 of these, and the other 2 are waiting for another source of copper to be injected in, and faster belts. Which is to say, if we start our lines back here for wire, we're not going to actually... Sorry, if we start our lines back here for cable to pull from this wire, we're not going to get a lot of wire making our cable. But we're not starting it back there. I guess we are starting it back there. We're actually going to steal from this line, because only 2 of these get to make wire for the sake of wire. We are, in fact, sending it out and around. So, we take another merger and we rotate it. That way. Yeah, that's the way. You were spot on. Predictive rotator thing. Which is also to say we need splitters again. So, splitter takes it at... I guess takes it here. We don't need this whole space. For 2. 1, 2. Alright, and that's 2 constructors. Which, you know, we've kind of been lining up on their own 2 spaces. So we can go 1, 2. This conveyor, or this splitter didn't quite get where it needed to go. We need the power to make it to here. We could probably just accomplish that right there. Cool, cool, cool. And that is cable. Throw a storage. Take 3 out of 4. At a minimum, we're taking half the bar production for it. So our cable's making it theoretically half pace right now. So it's kind of it'll be good enough. What we should see is when the wire overflows and caps out over here, the manifold will continue to push the extra iron down, so this will eventually be working at full capacity as long as we're full on wire. So it just kind of works out. And that's the beautiful thing about the manifold. It does just work. We were putting these like middle there. There. Copy a storage container, which, by the way, it being able to copy like that at that distance, I love it. I absolutely love it. And these are all intermediary chests. We will be bringing all these resources to a joint area over there where we're going to make, you know, a mall. Okay, next is the iron products. And, you know, one of the harder ones. One of the bigger ones. It's going to require a lot more space. So much that I think we're out of space here. We have a real problem expanding in this direction, and I need to expand in that direction 10 tiles if we were to use that space. So we need to be thinking about our solutions about that. First, let's sort out and dump some stuff. In fact, let's dump stuff where it belongs, so it will actually produce, right? So we can dump copper ingots over here. I don't want to dump any wire. We can throw that away. We can dump some limestone off, and that'll do some work for us. There you go. Let's go pick up what we have, especially down here. And at a minimum, we've got an inventory full of things to build with. You could even see that we're very close to just having the stuff to build milestones. Which I'm not too concerned about speeding up too many of them. This does require... This is a MAM. We could always get this stuff going. But let's think about this iron problem. Because so right now the problem is just space. If I go that way with it, I won't have the space to build. We need 10. And I've got about maybe 3 here before the toxins get me. So I guess we could use some extra space that's sitting back here. If we get creative with it, we could go vertical with it, is another option. I mean, it is a vertical game. I feel like if we can get into that space, we're so free. What would look nice? Let's get rid of that tree. Talking about looking nice. Go away, tree. Oh, and this is gonna get you trapped too. I was in the way. What was I in the way of? All right. Iron. We're not even smelting over here. So we actually smelting on location is tougher. We haven't done it yet. We've got 3 belts worth, and we don't want to smelt it here. We're gonna need a number of constructors. Alright, let's get it smelted first. And let's get it smelted by... I would say taking it down here, right? We're very much out of space anywhere else. We're gonna need room for 3 belts and 6 smelters. So the idea that we could do it that there would be a little preposterous. We're smelting down here, 6 smelters. Fuck. We did a thing where we just started more cramped. We always get bit by this. I'm thinking of an L shape. I'm thinking that we could also just expand out that way and bring, like, if we just smelted, say, here, even in an L shape, like we have the smelters here, and we just add iron bars to it. We go down there. We could do so much more in this area. This sucks. This is mean. Because the end result is just a starter place with all the basic stuff at. So yeah, no, I think that's fair. We need 6 smelters for what we've got. We can make them. And if we want to make them good, we would do like that, I think. That feels right. One of the problems is each of these is a full 60 belt, so we actually need 3 belts for this with what we currently have. So what we could do is give ourselves more space. We have one more tile at least here, right? So we do, and we're gonna have to chop that down. Perfect. Or, you know, doable. Oh, is this Kateria? What is this? Oh. I mean, it's just a node. I can't mine from it, but that's interesting. That's going to be super useful at one point. 7. Let's go ahead and put our ramps down. Let's make this a rampable. Yeah, I'm in the way. How's that rock in the way? Wow. So yeah, you can't do this belt work we've been doing on this smelter. It's only going to handle 60. It's only 2 smelters per at the moment. Again, I want to smelt at source. But if we were to smelt at source, we'd kind of be smelting over here. Which I guess we could smelt right here. This is a fine place to do it. And then we don't have the same problem. There's plenty of space for it. We don't have to drag it all the way over. So that's the first step, first thought. And we won't have to use the manifold. Like, we could drag straight from source into 3 separate smelting areas. So let's do that. We have all of this space theoretically starting, I'd say, here. We can do some clean belt work as long as we don't go, past this. Perfect, 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 perfect. We want splitters here. Essentially there, and guess we do have to line up that. And then this is a separate line. Are we in line? We're in line. We rotate. And then we rotate. And then we rotate. Feeding it into each of these 2. Alright. Useful mod might be daytime only mod, but we had the same problem with Foundry. We're not... It's not terrible. We can handle it. Let's get the power down. You can see we've got plenty of building materials. We've done a good job of stocking up for this plan. Or just make them all yellow. We don't have to, run on that line. It looks fine. It's not out of control. I like using more power poles than we require, because then I can call back to them easier. Fallen. can't wait for the jetpack. Alright, smelting of iron ingots. Control copy. Control paste. 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 I'll paste. And I'll paste. And now we've got 3 miners we can feed into that. Let's build the whole thing. Because we are actually making stuff. And by build the whole thing, we're going to have to merge these onto 3 separate lines. And the best way to do that would be to get Mark II belts. Do I dare try constructing anything here? Let's do the plates factory real quick. Let's work this out. So we've got this space over here on the left to work with. We've got 6 smelters. So we've got right now 180 going in, which is going to create 180 per minute of plates, of ingots. It's a good amount of ingots. On our plan, we do need more, right? We need 240. So we'll smelt on source somewhere else and bring in 2 belts. So we're planning for Mark II belts here. So we're planning for 120 per. One of those is going to a plates factory. The other is going to a reinforced iron plates factory. With plates, I'm just going to walk over to a... I'm going to put a constructor down in game again. We have to relook at this sometimes. Plates are... They'll take in 30 and produce 20. So that gives us some belt space to move. So if we go... Is it 1 smelter? It is actually 1 smelter per. So a smelter can turn... 1 smelter can go right into a constructor and produce iron plates and save space. We don't have to put it onto a belt or anything. For the rods, it is 2 per smelter. 2 per smelter, 15 to 15. So they produce same belt throughput. We need a total of 4 plate constructors. So we could get out of that with 4 plate machines. Half of them goes into a container, and the other half goes into reinforced iron plates. That is 6120. That's an entire 120 throughput of iron ingots. 4 plates. And they are split into 2 to store, and otherwise reinforced iron plates. The other 120 goes completely into rods. 100% into rods. They will take 15 and make 15 per second. That's going to be 8. Of those, we need 4 into screws. And that's going to split into storage and rip. And then this is also going to go into storage. So if we're making the machines, we've got 6 constructors. 4 of them. 3 of them? 4 of them. Actually 4 of them. And 4 of them. So we actually need 8 smelters. We don't currently have them. We're going to lean into plates first. So I think we will just take 4 of these and directly make them into plates. And then take 2 of them and make them into rods at half. About half pace. Until we get more plates. Okay. Oh, what does that mean for the game? Which 4 of these can fit constructors? And we need, like, a lot of constructors, so let's go build them. What are you doing down there? I thought we got rid of all the little plants. Alright, I guess we just have to... Let's go grab a stack of iron plates. Go grab a stack of rods. What we're not making, of course, is screws, so we've got to handcraft those. And pretty soon we'll have reinforced iron plates. We won't have to deal with this. And I think the 4 farthest away, we could go right into plate production. That'll give us 80 plates per minute. We can start storing some of those. Well, I guess we'll start storing all of them. In preparation for making the rest of the machines. We'll store some of them, because we're storing half of them, right? So half we'll put in storage, the other half we'll put on a belt. And that's plates done. Now it's just worrying about rods, which we're going to have to bring in iron ingots around to another location to set up that much space for rods. Yeah, I guess that's enough reinforced iron plates. We'll do 20. I think we need more. We do legitimately need more. Go ahead and get rid of some of our raw materials. Oh, we're not sorting, we're deleting. We can go probably drop our wood over there too. Yeah, plates take some hammering, don't they? Alright. Get rid of that, like, engine sound, right? There we go. Get rid of the engine sound. Essentially, we're going to have no room for 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 constructors are going to be out here. They can go 1 to 1, but we didn't line up these smelters 1 to 1. We kind of crunched them into 5 spaces to save room for belt work. Sorry, you've got to go. I almost think the thing we could do better is almost stick to our original plan and smelt some of this down here. I feel like there's space. We kind of limited ourselves with this ramp when we're not gonna use it too often. Are we going back? Are we looking at our plan again? I think we have to. Let's say we keep this, right? Then we'll fix that belt. We get rid of this. Because we're being pretty bad with our we're getting sloppy. We're getting lazy and sloppy. The first big lazy part is building this here. Just period. This shouldn't be here. I mean, there's literally a much more open area right up there. And now, because we've done this, we're really restricted on where we're at, like where we can expand to. And then we've also built it like so close to the miners that now I feel claustrophobic here. We need a portable miner. We have one. But it's solved by taking down that ramp and freeing up some space. We'll take all that down in a second. Alright, we just come to each of these and we say, great, you know, here's a splitter. You know, here's 2 smelters. Alright, we can do one smelter here, and like one smelter there, and we merge them again, right? This is super easy to do. We don't even need to get fancy with it. Smelt on location. We go 1, 2, 3. Everything's turned on. We need one ramp. And we kind of take this down. Because again, we're getting sloppy. Cool, 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 cool. So what's that mean we have room for now? If we're going to go this way, right, we probably lock in the space for the rest of the belt work. Alright, so we've got like, we've got a product coming out here. We've got a product we can bring out sideways, bring it over. I don't want to take up the whole of this area, so we just come to like there, right? That lines up. I want to be able to put another block next to it. Uh, 90-degree turn, but we want it to be like out here. I think that's right. I think that'll line up better. And then we come out to like here. And now we've got, I guess, easily visible belts to work with. And we know what our space limitations are. This will kind of curve around and go where it needs to go. We could even bring it here. We'd limit the space even more. But this would be, I guess, the start of all the stuff. But what's really going to get us is where we fit all this shit, what goes over. So it's just going to have to be what? Plates. Plates we can do here, right? Plates we can do here. Plates require half of the throughput, requires 2 miners, 4 smelters. We could do plates here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Add it to the belt, and then move plates. Move plates over there, and then we'd have to have iron ingots do rods somewhere else. That's the only thing we're getting. Rods somewhere else is what we're facing. Rods over here, coming from the other side. Only creates a problem when we're trying to do reinforced iron plates because it requires iron pieces. So wherever we do it, we need all the space we can get. Which we could line this way, and then we could do that L shape. I think that's what we have to do. We have to do everything over here. Okay, we're gonna do it now. We're definitely gonna do it. No more full waffling, waffling. We just got to get all the smelters up and over. We don't have to get them up. We'll worry about connecting them. We have to plan the constructors. So we've got a lot of constructor space. We can make 8. 4 of those are going to be 4 of those are for plates, and they make 30 to 20. Now we need 2 lines for that. So if we had this space, 1 more. We don't have 1 more, do we? Oh, we've easily got 1 more. Let's keep going, see how much space we actually have before we count this toxin, you know, in our way. We're not going to give up on the toxin. Or at least this space without fighting for it. So we're getting hit by it. Important question, will we get hit by it on the platform? I walk the edge of it. What does that look like? I assume I'm going to be hit. Right here. So we don't have this. That's gone. This is safe. Getting the line in here. We can do plates, like, just like this, just like we had before. There is room. There's room if we're okay not being able to walk on this side of the ship. There's also room on the splitter. Yeah, again, this is full belt. I guess we're planning for 120. So let's plan for 120. So this can handle 120. Let's give them all power. Let's set them the plates and copy them. That'll produce 80 per minute, which again we can put on one belt at 120, which is a merger. And a bit of storage. Oh, you're off. Now you're off again. Which one's actually off? You're centered. You're centered. That's better. Oakley dokley. That's... Now we need rods. From rods, we could probably do... Well, we need like 8 rod constructors. So this is a problem. 8 at 15 input is 120, whole 120 worth. We're just out of space. I could bring something in here, say like right there, and we could go that way with it. But I've kind of built myself into a big old fuck you. What are we low on right now? We low on anything? We're doing pretty good. 8 constructors worth of rods. 8 constructors worth of rods. 120 belt producing on a 120 belt. We just need 8 constructors going that way. In a space that doesn't allow for it is the worst of it. we could make some space by doing this. And bringing this one over. Okay, now we're thinking with space. It doesn't give us in that same direction, but I can bring something up here. Feed constructors that way. Right? So we made the constructors like there, right? Say here. Alright, just a little too big. I gotta place them from this direction. Okay, we've got a solution I don't hate. We are not quite centered there. I want both tiles. I want to be centered on both. Like, right there. This lets me place all 8. What if we played better? What if we played better? We don't have all of the parts for reinforced iron plates. What if we just did the plate parts and saved a whole section, did a reinforced iron plates factory? That's clearly the idea. Shit. Alright. We come back to reinforced iron plates. We won't have to completely screw this factory. Which is to say, two plates, 4 rod, 2 screws, 6. I only need space for 6. I've got some of that over here. We stop trying to fit reinforced iron plates in here, we won't have to get funky. We won't have to get too funky. So this is still 2 plates. And now we need 4 rods. Just put the machine off in the smog and leave a walking path on the safe side. Yeah, fair. You could do it. I still would have to go in there one time. But that's also to say we don't need this many machines. We're doing half the production that we said we would do. And we're moving them because what we actually have is space. We have space we can play with. We have a little bit of space. Okay. That's our plate production. Now, you know, what do we do about rods? We start them out here. Which, you know, actually now that I say it, this should actually be moved right back where I had it. All that last bit can go right away. We're just getting this out of the way, like we just literally had it. There we go. All right. And now we have room for 4 constructors. We start here. This is rods. We can put our splitters here. mean, I have to assume these are lined up, even though the lines aren't showing up because we're centered. There we go. Yeah, at the beginning of this, I really thought this would be smoother. I was like, man, I've done this so many times, but we had to just start building something new, didn't we? Seems easier to place things in this one. Yeah, everything, they've got a good job of making things align to the grids you want them to align to. That won't go there, but it will go there. Yeah, this game it's been in early access for quite a long time, so it's got a lot of the, you know, good usable stuff in it. Usability figured out. That Foundry is, you know, gonna have to do overtime. On the way out, we're gonna have mergers. We're gonna merge them back onto the same line. Alright, there's a hog down there losing his mind because I'm here. Alright, so these come out, and I think I went the wrong direction with them. I'm looking at it, I want to go that way. We want to go this way with it. What do we want? What do we actually want? 2 for 2, right? So, real quick, because we're gonna have to put 2 more constructors down here, and we don't want all 4 of them pointing into that. We're making screws. Screws are gonna take 10 per. These are producing at 15 per. So we kind of want to manifold it. We want to manifold the screws. We want to send everything, all the screws we can, into 2 screw constructors, and then send what's left out of there into a storage container. So what can support that is we could put the constructors here. We have a merger. Oh, these all merge into a line. They're mergers is the problem. They're not splitters. I could just do a whole merger splitter combo and wrap it back around. That's probably the easiest way. So we do like, we do actually come this way. Right. Make sure everything's centered. On the last one, we turn it, and then we splitter it. Now everything's merged. Splitter. 1 in the storage. And then 2 lines into constructors, which we put here. And here, mergers. And if we keep everything kind of the same what we've been up to, like that. And now these become screws. We belt it all together. Give ourselves some space to work with. Drop a storage container. Kind of in line. There, screws are there. Rods are there. Plates are there. Everything is there. We just gotta do this belt work. Now there are some mods that make this bit of factory building a little easier. I don't mind this so much. It's kind of cozy. we go. We can move some of that power forward right there. And now all we've got to do is plug in the iron that's pre-smelted, and then make sure nothing's broken, as it wants to do. So, pre-smelted stuff. Keep losing track of the plan. It was 242. Keep trying to use every output piece. Yeah, we changed a bit. Essentially, we can't cleanly do reinforced iron plates here, and we're going to have to commit reinforced iron plates somewhere else. So what we do is that's reinforced iron plates factory somewhere over there, or maybe, you know, even vertically right here. So we take these two lines and we move them over, and we're ready to go. Well, we got to smelt them. What space am I sitting on? A lot of that we don't need. We'll have ingots soon. Cool. Yeah, we had some solid planning, and then we kind of lost it. We didn't give ourselves enough space. Is really the problem to work well. So, you know, as soon as we get this going, we're ditching it, right, and doing something else, which is the fun of Satisfactory. Starting over a bunch. Well, you're a problem. Okie dokie. Iron ingots. Iron ingots. Alright, same thing for over here. I mean, realistically, we can here and like here. Reconnect the power. Let's go ahead and give this a splitter. Okie dokie. Now we have ingots. We need to merge them and send them away on what is currently one belt, but will be two. Or no, it will be one belt, because we need to do Mark IIs. That currently we're okay screwing that up right now. Don't mind me. Just crossing belts where you can't see. Now I actually do need to see, because I need to know where I'm coming up at. I want to say here. Cool. I love the width in which I can copy things. It's so nice. Or the distance in which I can copy things. There we go. This will just be made into a Mark II belt as soon as humanly possible. Oh yeah, no, we're stuck if we come this way. This is a non-travelable space. Alright, so talking about Mark II. problem with Mark II is it does require quite a bit of reinforced iron plates, which, you know, that's a factor we don't currently have. Like this is how we get under. So if we're going to merge and depend on a Mark II, how about we depend on it way back here? How did we decide we were going to get this up? Oh, yeah. Okay. To, like, there. Because actually... Actually, this is where it needs to be. Start with that. We don't need to merger it. There we go. 60 works. You don't have power. Wait, you don't have power because this isn't connected. Got it. Wow, I can't believe that was put on so sideways. And actually, this is a problem over here, because which way is this going? So you actually need to be rotated. You're a splitter that gets an input there. Sits there. And right to there. I did for a second. There I go. Is it a fuel problem? And it's like, there's no way. I've got it completely filled up. Oh man, this was something. There are things happening here. Slowly. But we have plates confirmed. We just need to, you know, make sure the rest of this works. Theoretically, iron rods are fine. Iron rods and the screws are fine. Like, theoretically, we're done here. And we can start thinking about getting all of these parts over. The number of parts are 5. There's only 5 belts. There's only 5 things we got to pull over. And, you know, can we just do it cleanly and get a home going? Well, what's a home? A home base, a mall, a place where we're going to expand from. The only downside of kind of the direction we're going is I'm walking away from my power. And while that is a temporary problem, it is way back there. I'd almost prefer if it was over here. Man, what a wild fucking start. So confident we'd be fine. This would be easy. And we just get tangled up right here in this craziness. So all that to say, what could we do? What direction do we want to go for the base? So if I pull over real quick at Satisfactory Calculator, and they've got an interactive map, I can kind of pinpoint where we are by looking at, you know, normal nodes. I can kind of pinpoint where we are by looking at normal iron. Yeah, okay, there we are. So the direction that is, that cliffside over there, that's north. Right, yeah, okay, that is north. So the direction we'd be heading this way, west, goes essentially over to water. And might be the most open space. If we keep going that way. We kind of stay open and we hit water. We hit some of this peak area. We've got all of that territory nice and flat to deal with. If we went south with it, boop, 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 boop. And really the easiest thing we could do if we really needed to move power was just move it. If we went this way, that's south, this would take us to some new limestone, some new iron ore, copper ore, some normals down there. While the other direction takes us to some impures. But eventually, is there oil down there? There's coal pure to the south. There's coal pure that way. What do we have for scanners? Okay. Bunch of impures to the south. Let me just kind of see them all. There we go. Bunch of impures that way. Bunch of normals. No, there's not a lot of normals. Just impure everywhere. This is it. This is the space. Looks like quite a bit has changed since you left to walk the dogs. Yeah. We're moving. We're shaking. We're producing a lot of the basics. We've got a full belt of 60 being turned into rods and screws. We've got a full belt of 60 being turned into plates. We're just kind of thinking about the next step. Because you see we've got all the materials kind of here. And we want them to be in a place where we can expand. And we're just hugging this thing. A place where, you know, we can drop the hub and go. And there's a limit to how far south we can go. There's also a limit to how far west we could go. It does hang over some black void space, which is always kind of nice. The terrain does elevate that way, so we'd probably come over to there and turn in and use this space. And I think this is probably the key. This is where the big factory goes. So let's get it there. Let's get it started. What does that look like? Well, the thing I like to do is bring materials to the base factory. Right? I like to create a big, giant storage warehouse that has all the stuff we need. And we're going to call this, like, you know, home base 1. It's not the mega base, but this is, like, where we go up until the mega base. So everything that happens here feeds our capacity to build until we get to the mega base. So that means we need a lot of iron plates, and we need a lot of concrete. And we got to start putting down a lot of platforms. Yeah, sadly, nothing to blow up. That was a lot of fun. But we do have to work around the terrain now. Let's take a walk. Because that's a lot of open space, and we kind of know where we're going. But let's think about the modularity of this all. Because when it's time to build a reinforced iron plate factory, we're just going to find a place on the map that has iron, build it there, and then bring it all back to base. And this is where, you know, eventually we got to figure out how we just have a network of resources I can recall, and that's the modularity. The only problem now is just building big enough of a space to deposit and bring things into, and then eventually a train network, which I think is starts probably over there, over the gap, over the nothingness, and that's kind of, we're going to build that way until we get to trains. Which is to say, probably right here we can bring the hub. We can bring the hub that's over there, bring it over here, and then we don't touch this area except for power. And maybe even move the power. Yeah, that's actually a real good thought. All right, so hello, Zoopers. We're zooping. This is one thing Foundry did well. Would just let me build over it and then just not build. So we've got a nice little rock in the way. We probably build ourselves a, ramps on the back side. If we're gonna build a ramp, we should build it. We should zoop it that way. Ooh. And let's go ahead and chainsaw some things out of our way. And this next part, I mean, this is when my satisfactory knowledge is really going to start coming in to play here. This is a build, this thing we're about to do is a build I'm comfy with. And I have in the past, you know, oh god, this is going to be crazy. Let's go. How deep am I going to have to go to kill all the trees? It's going to be a storage build, if you will. We're going to build up a lot of storage. Something we can walk through, and every time we make a new product, we can bring it there. And we're going to have ourselves an escape for later. We're having overflow for the smart sink. We're going to think about trains, where they come from and go to. We're going to need an area for parts. The space elevator parts. That's going to be a machine we build. But it all starts with just kind of setting a space aside. How many times can I say space? Oh, are we full? We couldn't pick that last bit up. All right, well, let's go drop off our grass and our wood, and then we can pick it up. We can pick up this warehouse too. So grass, wood. We'll do a quick dump of power. So this had 200, it's now at 120. You know, before too long, I would say maybe tomorrow even, this gets destroyed. Right, this does not last us forever. We're very quickly going to start running out. We're going to need, you know, oil going. Keep 127 for ourselves. And this box has a bunch of random stuff in it. And we don't need now, but we will eventually need. But most importantly, that. Hub parts. Nuts and that. Hog remains. Biofuel burners are unsatisfactory. That's good. Oh, wait, let me try that again. The biofuel burners are unsatisfactory. Like, I have these. They're within reach. I can do it. Oh, man. So, we are going to build a big old storage capacitor. Storage building, not capacitor. There's nothing capacitory about it. We're going to be out of concrete. It's going to go that direction. Our brilliant little hub, which is special, sits right here, right against the rock. Our next building is equipment workshop, which, you know, we give some space, but otherwise right there. We're gonna want concrete and plates. Nowhere near as many rods as I'm sitting on, which, by the way, here we go. And screws, cool, everything's working. Without a closer inspection, everything's working. If you are capacitating, you should fix it. My comment is, I am always sitting on rods. I have too many rods. Da 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 da. My rods are big, or something. Yeah, look at that. The color's fixed. All right. So as always, it starts with foundations, and, you know, more than you think you need. And we're gonna need to go clear up trees underneath. I realize now I'm still in a very tight spot for all this stuff. I'm like, I can do this. I know how to do the storage. I do know how to do the storage. But boy, I don't know if we have enough space here. We got to go vertical with it, right? So the idea is it's vertical. Storage comes in from the top. It gets sorted out. But I think we could do it from the bottom better. I think, honestly, we can do it from the bottom better. We just go higher vertical with our base. We can do all the nasty belt work underneath. And go vertically up. Essentially a storage tower, yeah. I mean, at a basic level, I want all the materials here, right? We want, like, look, we just take these 5, right? And we say, shit. I think that's got to be it, right? Oh, all right. Like, we do it super simply. All right, we take this to, like, here, 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 and here, and we just bring the belts in, right? Like, that sounds fine. Right, we just bop. Kind of hate this. But this isn't the final form. We need 6. Yeah, we don't even have enough for the little quick shitty thing I was gonna show you. So this has got to come out, take a right turn, and then come all the way over here and be centered. We want this connecting to here, essentially. This location going this way. That's straight, that's straight. Connecting in. So let's just bring this. To there. That's a travesty. Even the simple thing, let's just do it well. There we go. Let's go with this. Whatever makes this go straight, but also give it a gap. Is there gonna be enough room? Yeah, there is. There is. We just have to. Just gotta bring it into there. That is not straight. What have I done? Going in? Cool. That's dead center, so we want that dead center. That's not dead center, so we don't want it dead center. God damn. Is the third mark. And there's like sections here on these blocks. So there's the center, there's off center left, off center right. And it is. That's. What a weird. Okay. We love our 90-degree turns. All right. Yeah, there's off center left. And last one. And that's center. Great. Now the fun part. So what we do is we throw ourselves a platform down here. And we throw a 2. Well, it's really a 1 inch. We want 1, but we gotta start with a 2 and then a 1. There we go. And then stretch it down. We bring in to about halfway. Is it halfway? No, I think it's there. Yes, let's do that. Just the first section, it's ready for us. Make sure they're all at the same point. And we put another foundation in. And now we can see what they are. And we can walk on top of them. And collect out of them. What we're missing, and what the real storage design is going to be, and again, this gets us going. It's going to be out here somewhere because we need a lot of space for it. Is something that's going to bring storage above us. And then back down. It's also going to sort it out and send it to a sink when it's overflow. Alright, we've got... But we need so much room to make this happen. So let's just start throwing down. Let's get as big of an area as we can. Because the problem doesn't come in the storage. Once we get the storage hallway done, it's easy. It's the ease in which you can add materials to it later that becomes a problem. Because as long as it is, you're going to need inputs and sorters on the left and the right side of this hallway. And at height, at like 5-6 blocks height. And all the sorting that happens inside of it to be smooth. So like if I put a storage container there, I only have, like if I put it say right here, and how it's going to work is it's going to be like you know, for now, 2 on top of them. Oh, shit, I need parts. I need plates. Of course, I just spent them all. Pop, pop, pop. We can take the thing off. Fuck, you know, while I'm at it, let's make sure we're researching. We've got all the stuff we need. And we did mix some of these for a bit. Where's plates at? They're right here. I mean, field research, man. All right.
The map has been unlocked.
So, what we're talking about
Milestone reached. The molecular analysis
is we're gonna have. It's
machine,
actually gonna be
referred
like
to as the
storage
MAM,
part
will
2.
allow R&D to provide new technologies, items, and buildings based on samples collected in the field.
It's essentially
To ensure a greater chance of success during exploration, an upgraded tool belt has been provided, as well as an object scanner and beacons.
gonna work like this.
Note: the object scanner requires calibration via the MAM to enable detection of specific objects.
Right, with our parts being fed into there from the back, they're gonna come in to here. They're gonna be deposited in all around and come out, you know, here like we just did. And there's a couple of reasons we do this. And this will be a double stack, right? It'll be a tier 2 container on the top. I won't say on top, maybe the bottom, because it has 2 inputs and 2 outputs. So we won't need to. We'll have 2 places we can input, or 2 places we can receive, and that's going to allow us. Let's see if I can whiteboard this out real quick. Now we've got this mess sorted over here. I'll try and explain this. So I've got a storage container. Storage container right there. We've got a storage container on top. It's gonna have, I guess we'll call that the input, the output, the output. I'm trying to remember as I do this, as I think about this. Ah, right. I did it a little differently, didn't I? I need more space to draw. Right, storage container. It's definitely like this. Right, because we have the product right here, right? Say wire, it comes out. We've got a storage container on top. That is, it could just be a 1x, and it connects as such. Products go in and out. This one has that exact same section up here. I guess we do it the same way. And the product's coming in there. And somewhere up here we do an overflow or a smart splitter. The smart splitter takes products and says, fill this up, but as soon as it's full, send it down the line. And that down the line overflow, once we're full on wire, goes into our points system. Oh no, is the mic broken? Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, I didn't move the microphone nearly as far as I needed to. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, I need to find a better solution for that, but that is essentially why we need so much space. And this doesn't look, it won't come together, it won't look right. I guess it will if we do this. There. That's the kind of what we're working with the smart splitter up top. And then this means all of this section over here, we've got to account for and do a bunch of sorting, which will be like a whole floor. There'll be a whole floor of stuff happening up there. Which is then to say, one second. Can I zoom upwards? Yeah. Which is to say that we'll have to bring in the materials at this height right here. And then do a bunch of work right here to sort it. And then the space we need past that is all the space that we need to cleanly pull, you know, things up at that level, right? So now this space becomes important because I'm going to have dozens of belts trying to call this home. Also that we can do a whole bunch of tangled ass sorted up here and a whole bunch of tangled belts here. So if I want to say I got 12 belts coming in, up, and around, this space here becomes important, right? I'm pulling the lines this way, I'm pulling lines that way. So I've got to make sure that there's enough room back here to do a bunch of belt work. And enough room up here and back here to do belt work. And we could duplicate this on another side, and then we have a hallway where we walk in between a set of materials. You know, it can even be too wide, right? So I have materials that close, I have materials over there. So picking the best spot. Scene again. Shit. Water check, thank you. Oh. Let's try that again. This is the essential setup. We're going to get some tier 2 logistics containers at some point, and it's going to necessitate kind of rebuilding this. Yeah, we need a scene check. That's fair. So we need to feed stuff into here and leave enough space in this area to do some smart splitting sorting, which we'll do by adding a floor and raising that up a bit. And then this wall represents kind of the outside of the building where materials are going to come in to here and up. So we're going to need room because this is going to extend. This hallway is going to extend like 10, 15 on each side. So I need to have enough room to deal with 10 to 15 belts worth of input. And as we expand, we get some space. But because of this, you know, until we get out here, until we get past the green, it's going to be a little clustered. So I'm going to look at, you know, where this hallway starts and make sure it's enough. Enough on the left and the right side. So we need more concrete. I have a suspicion that if I come into like here with this, if we do like that, and we want it to be, so we can either do, let's say, a hallway this wide with products on each side, or a hallway this wide with products on each side. This might look nicer. It does make it harder to go back and forth, but this is also cramped. Yeah, the downside of this amazing whiteboard scene here, I'm gonna say, we're gonna need to check it. I think for what we're doing, this feels fine. This feels like a good spacing. We're just gonna have to save room for tier 2 stuff, which means let's keep going with our tech. We've got a lot of tech to do. We've got machines kind of doing their thing at whatever pace they're doing them. Let's just go through all the tiers. All right, like bam, 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 bam. We need plates. Plates and screws. And screws. Okay.
Milestone
I would
reached.
kind of, I mean, I
More
wouldn't mind
complex assembly of parts
moving it
can
over
now
to the
be
left, but as you can
automated.
see, we need the
Project
space.
assembly parts can now be constructed and sent up via the space elevator. Note: project parts are too complex to produce
I'm
by
gonna save that
hand.
space for a project later, so we're definitely going this way. I mean, does this feel like enough? It's not like right here, because we're gonna run into the problems, but eventually this becomes enough space. Can't quite go... We can go tighter with it, too. That makes this the hallway. But if we were gonna, say, be safe for ourselves, we could make this the hallway, and that's probably good. So let's make that the hallway. We can even start it back here, right? This is plenty of space. Storage container. Of course, storage container 1 is a, you know, a problem on its own. We're gonna need to get the space elevator up before too long, and that's gonna unlock some of the other tech we want. We've got plenty of tech here that we've got to set up factories for. I know no matter how big I build this, we're gonna run out of space. We've done it before. I thought like 20 was enough, or 10 was enough, and I needed 20. Let's start with... Can I build different? Where's the quick switch? There we go. That's one? Cool. I know we're zooping. We need to zoop it. We need to zoop it. And, you know, expandable later. Ooh, concrete. We're low on stuff. Probably could have put some effort on logistics too, but nothing's working on that 120 belt yet, I think. Do we have enough of wire? We sitting on some wire? We are sitting on some wire. Let's drop off some of the things in our storage container here. Let's sort. And I guess that's actually trash. Get these parts out. We can hold on to the grass. We're going to dump that at some point. We don't want the ingots. Okay. Okie dokie. There we go. The hallway of supplies. It's probably, you know, emphasized by walls soon. Right, we're gonna have walls all the way down. Both sides. Give ourselves a little bit of... I keep saying the word space. I'm gonna hit myself, but space? Space. Right. And we've got the beginning of all factory. Oh, man. By the way, this This here, so slow. We're gonna need to speed this up. Again, now we're gonna start feeling the slow start area, the slow start problem. Because literally the miners on the other side pull in 4 times as many materials, and the bottleneck is going to be the logistics. The bottleneck right now, not logistics. The bottleneck is there's just not enough resources coming out of here. So this is going to be a nice and slow start. Unless it's a restart, where we just say screw it and go right to our favorite spot again. Which could theoretically still be faster than what we're facing right now. This is a thing. What was that? Oh, it's returning. 20 seconds and it returns. There you go. But let's get a slug. Let's drop the MAM. Let's start doing slug research.
This semi-slug seems to emit unfamiliar energy readings which could potentially be retrofitted into Fixit technology. A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
Which we need to put down. Cool. MAM, alien organisms. Oh, this is all that stuff we sat on, right? We can start throwing into here. So, start that research. And we get bio alien DNA capsules, which are fine. We don't need this anymore. So now we're coming down here. How do we research inventory space? 1,000 cables, which we'll have eventually. Parent node research. Can't afford. Oh, we need alien DNA capsule. No, we need this. Can we make that? Hog protein? We need like more of it. Okay. What else? What else? What else? So we gotta go kill more hogs. Pale berries. I think this is gonna be like health capsule. Oh, nutritional processor. That's a lot of things we don't currently have. And let's start the blue slug research. That's gonna unlock power shards if we can get a yellow. I saw yellow. Scannable object. Overclocking once we get a power shard. And rotors, which, you know, are a thing we're not currently crafting. Alright, next part. Jump pads are worthless. Sink. We want the sink. The only thing we need is a little more cement. It's always going to be cement. By the way, we're sending 2 nodes into it, and it ain't enough. Alright, resource sink.
Milestone reached. You have been given early access to the anti-waste effort for stress testing of materials on exoplanets bonus program. Funneling parts into the awesome resource sink, depending on their amount and complexity, will grant you coupons in the awesome store, which can be exchanged for bonus rewards.
Coupons pretty important.
Examples of bonus content are parts, walls, factory attachments, and cosmetics. Fixit is working hard to develop additional options, which will be added to the awesome store in the future.
Go
that extra kilometer.
Space
Go
elevator.
Awesome.
Let's get that done. Let's get that tech started. Oh, this is rough. 500. We have 21. Let's make sure the machine's working fine, but again, this is not a throughput problem. It shouldn't be a machine problem. It's just a we ain't got that much stuff problem. Interesting. This is full. Oh, that's right. It is full because it's 30 and 30 makes 60. Right, none of that's backed up. Oh, we need essentially another belt sent up here to make this better. Alright, space elevator. Needs 150 of these. One of the quick ways we can do this is manually crafting concrete. But you know, we got the stuff to do. Let's go ahead and put a workbench down over here. Let's throw down our handy dandy miners, which still work with a miner on it. Oh, I have an extra pair of hands. Look at that. No problem. We just need 500 concrete. There will be a point where all these materials are well overstocked and I'm fine. But it is a time factor. A couple things I kind of want to get close to is oil. I want to get there so this can just run forever. Oh yeah, absolutely. This is what I get for starting where I did. I'm having, you know, regrets for starting here. I clearly just need to go out and throw some miners on things, then drag resources over. That's kind of where we're at. Mark II miners as well would go a long way. So maybe get some Mark II miners on these things. They start to build it out, right? We'll be in a better place once we get that going. So I think that might be a good focus. Mark II miners and oil. We can focus those right now. Space elevators is nice to unlock oil. We got to get it down. We've got to feed it space elevator parts, which is doing a little bit of handcrafting if we're trying to skip ahead on it. And then plus, of course, whatever's been made back in base, we can also grab. I can't imagine it's several hundred, not at the pace things are mining. I wouldn't mind getting our factory up into full capacity, right? That's an important step. It's just going to require some work. Yeah, we can't keep doing this. This ain't going to get us going. We'll go back. Cool. 360. Because, yeah, Mark II miners is a thought that I think it's the right thought. Those are being real fucky. Alright. Pop, pop, dow, dow. Close. And what does this say? Logistics 2, because we'll want that as well. It requires even more, and this reinforced iron plates is a factor we could also be building. We said 2 assemblers worth, right? Well, it's going to be 8 constructors based on our previous math. We've got some work to do. Wait, do we have enough screws to make the plates? It does require some rotors, that's new. Yeah, let's grab all the screws. Let's grab a set of rods. More plates. More cable. No, we don't need more cable. We do need the concrete still. but that's for a different. That's for the space elevator. So I think we do need to start this reinforced iron plate factory and bring it over here. I mean, a loan for that, but we need 50 of them. We'd had 5 a minute, right? Like if we had finished that building over there. And this assembler requires 2 assemblers require 32 reinforced iron plates. The rotors are another problem. And this is one of the easier factories too. It's kind of the first big one you got to do. I guess my only concern is where it gets built and how I bring it over. Rotor 8. Okay. Space elevator will come next, but let's think about this. We've got a whole 60 belt over here that will be 120 at some point. To make this, it's going to require again 8 constructors, 2 assemblers. It can be built literally anywhere. And then we just got to bring a storage container over here somewhere, right? We could even put it next to these in the temporary storage container area. Or we could, start adding it to this. We'll just bring a nice long belt all the way around and right here as a first step. I do think a temporary place... Fuck it, let's go build. Let's build it. Let's get this going. Let's build for real. Build real fuel. Iron plates and concrete we're stealing from you. Even though I know you're saved for the... We're saving some of this for the space elevator. We're going to use a bunch of it anyway. This concrete plates are done for. Somewhere where there's flat open space and we can drag these. Oh, is this never set? That's right, we can set it now. Iron ingots. Give me iron ingots. Which way is this? Which way is that? Which way is which? Okay, so you are coming out. It is a merger. Do I got an angry hog somewhere? I keep hearing you. This looks like a place. Put it on the world grid. Make it a ramp. Excuse me. Oh boy. I guess we built this too far, but ramp it. Let's get a look. Not enough space. We're gonna need to go higher. Floating platforms. That's what we do here. We want an input on one side and an output on the other. So we start this with 2 plate constructors. 2 rod constructors. We left the space on each side for walking around. Hey, Bean, could you kindly go away? Whoa, what's radiating? What is the radiation? Did the bean radiate on me? Okay, I guess we're not building right there. Alright. Fuck me, I guess. We'll call this the problem zone. Right there. Alright. Cool. We'll go this way. You think I'll put that way? Yeah, I guess we'll look. It's something over there that's radiating. Like, it might be that tree. Here, let me... There's a suit eventually, but... Fuck it. See how bad it gets. Okay. Okay, I'm leaving. How's my health doing, actually? How long can I last? I'm assuming, yeah, it's this whole... I thought usually there's like a green cloud accompanying it. Yeah, it's something over here. All right, I want to, as long as my health doesn't drain. Oh god, oh god. Okay, we're not exploring that. Fine, keep your secrets. How close can I get? How fucked is my current space here? Here. We can go there. Alright. That's fine. We'll go this way. What about, like... What about this way? Okay. Clear until right about there. I can work with that. This is the no-no square. All right. All right. First rule factory. Let's try to provide opportunities to decorate later. When we come back. Right, I want to put lots of space in between the machines, place for walkways, be able to walk down the middle of it maybe. One input, one output, and since we're coming over this direction, we can put the output right over by the base, right? Because we're coming up on the hub from the other side now. So we were preparing for this to be 120. Right now it is just 60. One belt probably. Yeah, okay. This was a no-no square, and that berry I should let stay because I want it to regrow. Alright, we come down the ramp this way. When we say like space for decorating, let's think about it. So like a door here, 2 walls, right? And then the factory opens up this way. We're gonna want to bring in the input like here. And then turn it down this way, which leaves our constructors here. First 4 of them. We go, you know, iron plates. Maybe even skip a section. No. We're going to process the raw iron right there. Iron plates 3060. And again, we're going to use the manifold. And this is 120 plates worth. It was, at least it was, you know, as these come in, this is getting deposited. There's 60 of it. Try 30, there's another 30, that's 60. Which leaves 60 coming down here. It's actually 4 rods if we were doing full production. But we're not. We're only making, we're making 30 if we do these rods, right? That's making 30 per minute, using another 30. So we have an additional, this only requires 90. Or it's the plates here that, you know, will suck up the full capacity at first. Almost like, you know, that means we get them going, but let's get our power going. We could probably connect some power right over here. There we go. We'll get these machines. Let's get these machines moving, so we get a chance to saturate the. What's the word I'm looking for? Belts with iron. Is this twisted? Wow, I'm a champion at these. I like to make that clean. And let's bring that over. That dip in any ground I need to worry about. It does. It looks pretty bad. Alright. And we can pick up some leaves, get those out of the way. Now we got iron plates being made and potentially backed up, which leads us to the other side. We put things back on a merger. Well, some things. We go that way with it. All right, so we've got a belt there and another belt there. This gets worked out over here. So we go 1, 2. I want that to saturate, so I don't want to put any buffers there. and essentially get fed right back into another set of constructors. As these are now splitters again. Feeding in 4 screws. Back to mergers on this side. Now mergers. Out. Over. And around. Which we've gotten pretty good at running some belt work, maybe. Alright. Keep it straight over here. And against 2 assemblers. They're going to be coming here. We're going to want... Oof. I guess we can go that way with it. It is just 2. In fact, it's just 2 what we're going to want there. Get the assemblers going under production assemblers. We can make them. Assuming a little bit of space. We'll run out of concrete quick. Let's not fool around. All right. Because these require concrete. All right, so the trick here, there is a trick. If we want to get all of these assemblers in a line, this one's easy. This one's harder. Is this too close, or is this right? So the first one doesn't matter. Just needs to be, we'll say there. And then it comes from here to there. And from there to there, and there to there, and there to there. The beltwork itself, I mean, that just plugs everything in. And now that's how you feed 2 components into it. I would love that to be a right turn, but I don't think I'm going to get that happening. Okay, so we are going to get that happening. That's plates. Screws need power, right? We never plugged in the power. And power over here. And power over here. Each of these reinforced iron plates. 10 a minute. Eventually. Put them on mergers and send them home. Let's give that a buffer for now. Are these producing? Eventually. Cool, cool, cool. Now what's the way home? That's not terrible. It is right here. Some of the best ways to do it might be coming around here. And then, you know, like we said, dunking it in there. That's gonna have to evolve. This whole thing is just an outline. This is gonna evolve. But for now, you know, we could just throw it right in there and come back. The biggest concern I have is simply coming, you know, not being mega spaghetti, right? Which maybe we could just put down a few platforms and prevent mega spaghetti from being a thing. By the way, where are we at? Logistics 2, the last big one, and this is the real question. Where are we at? Not bad, honestly. We're about to use a lot of it. So I think we come back here this way pretty easily. We go that way until we hit a ramp. Alright, and then we oopsie doopsie. Right, we can totally connect these. They're on the world grid. Now, are they on the same heights on the world grid? Probably not, right? You're going to see they're about 2 spaces apart. Which is to say, the best way to do this is probably with a conveyor. Okie doke. Of course, we still have the problem of getting up there. Which, you know, kind of works, but also doesn't. And that's not the right height. Alright, 8. Let's try it again. Imagine how much harder this game was in the past when the upgrade conveyor belt option didn't exist. Oh, yeah. I don't know if I personally ran into that, but I was definitely playing. I think I remember having to delete them all. Now I think about it. What a game, though. Thank you, Call Stain. Now please release 1.0. We all just were really excited for it. Come on, parts. Where did I screw? I didn't screw it up. This is just a slow belt, isn't it? Oh, I've got 19 of them in my inventory. Yep, 10 a minute. Our factory is 10 a minute. We're gonna have to do some work on that later. I mean, I guess that work is space elevator and Mark II miners, and that's not even 10 a minute right now. That's not even full. We're not even at full capacity. Do not start in the grasslands, y'all, or you get stuck with this shit. 50% chance. We start over tomorrow in better territory. I'll give it a 50% chance. I go, nah, fuck this area. We'll start in the desert, where I've got space and belts. Oh, sorry, space and pure nodes. Just walk over there and start from scratch, but with your current tech tree. Yep, that's fair. We could also do that. Oh, and maybe you'll find some nice recipes along the way. That's true. You're very true. Hell, if I'm walking anywhere, then I'll walk to the northern forest. Some runs where I start off having like cheap reinforced iron plates recipes just make the game so much better. Yeah. Now doing the exploration is definitely a real big point. Kind of feel like just cheating them all learned. I kind of feel like just cheating with them all learned. Yeah, the advanced settings. It's like an entirely different game when you've got all the recipes ready to go. And that's something I've not spent a lot of time in the game doing, is getting out there and exploring. I usually have somebody do it for me. Kind of multiplayer, right? Bop, bop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. Hit in limestone. Get in more. That's nothing. Alright, another round. Yeah, because each run you learn them at random. Yeah, you don't get to choose. There's no skill points or skill tree to it. And there's some recipes that are just amazing and they unlock so much in the game. Like when you get some of the really high value oil recipes. That's a big one. Oh, it occurs to me, I've got a lot of biomass. Let's set up let's dunk it into the power over here. Grass and wood, and let's see what we can fill up. Okay, we're burning. I think we hold on to the rest for our chainsaw. Also have a pet peeve of having to power my base with biofuel before I unlock coal. It just feels not permanent like the coal base is. Yeah, that's fair. The coal is when the game really starts to I feel like you're not, like everything you do adds to it. You're not having to constantly go back and top things off. No, I feel that completely. I think we're gonna build the space elevator, then we're gonna feed it parts. Which are only made in the assembler. What I really want to do, if I stayed here, of course, was Mark II miners. I'd get those going. Let's just slam this bad boy down. Alright, let's just come over here. It's a lot. This thing's big, requires a lot of space. I don't think we're going to put it on a platform, but maybe if we eventually move the locations, it doesn't matter as much. So we just slam it down right on this platform. Oh, now I can't afford it because I used 4 concrete. You know what? I feel you. 4 concrete back. Bean? Go that way. Nope. Nope. There you go. Have you tamed a nearby pet yet to get some of the slugs to start spawning? I didn't know that affected spawn rates of slugs. That's a new feature. I've not, a new to me feature at least, that I've not heard of. I'll have to check it out. At some point I shifted my whole camera to the left. I'll fix that after stream. Yeah, phase 1. So, this is super fun. You essentially put down an assembler. I think there's, make sure it's not a constructor. Yep. Put down an assembler. And hand feed the items. And that's how you get through phase 1. I've seen Foundation. I know what's gonna happen to this thing. I mean, that's pretty cool. We do need to get an assembler down. We do need to get the parts for the assemblers. 4 rotors. We're still handcrafting rotors. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, the big secret here is you put it down and you hand feed it on this first couple ones. There's another secret I use for these. Like level 2, I make a handful of assemblers and feed make them more transitional. Let's just do that. There we go. Smart plating, which is rotors. So we need how many rotors? 50 rotors. Reinforced iron plates, we can pull 50 from here before long. In a few minutes, right? Me following around little pets with a baggie to pick up their nuclear waste. I don't want to pick up that nuclear waste. I can hold on to it. Well, slugs don't spawn. Well, slugs don't spawn ever. They're finite except through this method. The pets, when tamed, poop slugs as well as nuclear waste. Alright, we're going to do some research on that one. And maybe catch and tame. You're talking about the little pink guys. Orangish pink guys, right? We're going to handcraft 50 rotors. We can currently make 13. So we need all the screws we can get, for sure. And then a bunch of rods. That feels like a good amount. See, they are piling up here. Concrete's still a problem, but is this enough for 50 rotors? It is. Not enough space in the inventory. Alright, rotors. We're gonna use the bathroom. We'll be right back. Alright, did I overkill it or do I not have enough yet? Oh, I overkilled it. Alright. More than enough rotors. Let's see how many plates we've gotten. 50. Cool. Let's get this started. Can we just get exactly 50 of one of these? Yeah, there we go. And that won't matter. Power. Excuse me. It's super temporary. Oh man. I am planning my escape, I think. Ah, concrete. How could you do me like this? God, that's a long power cable. I don't even know where the nearest power pole is. But I don't need concrete if I can reach it. Bam. Alright. Whew. Alright, let's see. Tame nearby pet, foundation, slugs, poop, waste, late stream tonight, or are you off soon? I was gonna give it like 30 to 60 minutes. I think I want to leave off with phase 1 being complete. That's my current thought. Let's see what's going on over here on Twitch. Are you streaming tonight? So I would love to raid you if you are, Devin. But yeah, we're phase 1. We're gonna get through phase 1. That's generally the idea. Kind of look at the tech tree, dunk some things, and make a plan for tomorrow. Because I think the grasslands are terrible, and it might be good to just walk away from them. That's right. These require like all of these materials. 200 concrete. 41 more plate. Like, okay, there's 200 concrete. Reinforced steel plates. We could probably, yeah, we could make 44. Let's see. Listen, that's just being efficient. Use the restroom on company time. Okay, now I'm catching up with the rest of that conversation. A doggo. A lot of players use the very real life method of dumping the nuclear waste from the doggo somewhere very, very far away, and you'll figure out how to take care of it in the future when that phase unlocks. Yeah, future me problem. Blah, blah, blah. Get nickel, get dime. Who's the boss? Technically, we pay him. Mandatory ad rules, which I guess you are the boss, guys. Yeah. I will be, yes. Okay, so you're streaming. Destiny. Cool, cool, cool. And you're off work today, so the timing will line up a little better. If you're on, you know, whenever this phase finishes, or, you know, tell me that you need 10 more minutes or so, we'll shoot that raid over. Bop, 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 bop. One more. There it is. Mark II logistics.
Milestone reached. Improved versions of conveyor belts and conveyor lifts are now accessible. To encourage
yeah,
additional
we're skipping jump
verticality,
pads
conveyor
right now.
poles
It
now have a
requires
stackable variant.
rotors. Well, for the boss, hey, we're going to need you to do some overtime today. Yeah, sorry, upper management decision. You got it, boss. A little later. Just the itsy bitsy teeniest bit later. Hope everybody's had a good 3-day weekend. By the way, good long weekend. Three days off to hit up their favorite game or, you know, drink too much. try not to drink too much, or any combination therefore in. We get to finish the, I talked about it earlier, I don't know who was here and who wasn't. Me and the wife have been on this kick with the new Korean show on Netflix called Physical 100. It's kind of like Squid Games, but if, like, you know, nobody died. It was all just, like, physical fitness challenges. We're on, like, the last episode or so of the first season. Heavily recommend it if you haven't checked it out. There was. If you had Memorial Day off, and, you know, if you had normal weekends off, there's a 3-day weekend. Some of us, you know, don't get those days off. Some of us get every day off. I mean, it's one of those two things. Three things. Working at the bank, they force it. Yep. Not for our employee. We cracked the whip around here. Yeah. Well, I had the option. The missus was like, you know, maybe there's something we could do for Memorial Day. And she looked around a bit. Turned out it was gonna like rain and storm the whole you know, Sunday and Monday. So she decided, you know, it's fine, we will stay in. So I said, okay, fine, we're gonna stay in. I'll stream. And then of course the storm didn't come. There's no storm right now, and it's very sunny. I think she spent most of it like cleaning up. So oopsie doopsie. All right, we're gonna do a thing with our camera. Look at this, more on-stream entertainment where I spend my stream time messing with stream things. I just want to be centered, guys. Just want to be in the center. Yeah, that's probably good enough. I look over and I'm like, on the left side of my camera. It's not where I meant to be. All right, 10 out of 50. What else can we get done while we do this? MAM research. We've got a little bit of this done. Parent node. Parent node requires us to kill some hogs. Did we have enough hog meat? Hog meat's a weird way to get inventory parts. Rotors and the yellow slug. There's that yellow slug, like right over here. If we grab enough like concrete and plates, do you think we could get in there before we die? You know, the guy over here is reachable. Because I know we can, like, build up to them real easy, right? We just... without getting ourselves toasted. Yeah, I missed my last job. I'd rather get 100% pay for holidays. I don't work. Then 150% pay for holidays. I'm forced to work. Yeah, never working is always the answer. Yeah, just, you know, quit your job, retire. I'm a contractor with a big company, so I'm forced to not work holidays and get 0% pay. Yep. I'm seeing the health. I'm watching it. Can I break those? Is this nuclear maybe, or can I? Damn. Ah. If I buy enough lottery tickets, I'll eventually afford retiring. I mean, statistically enough of them, sure. If you could buy every possible, you know, lottery number, I guess. And I have to assume that, you know, costs more than the actual lottery would pay out. So I don't know. I don't know if I could support. You know, now I think about it, I don't know if I can support this logic here. Not space elevator, ma'am. I want the ma'am over here. I will get to retire when I am dead. Oh no. And, you know, I could tell people, you know, just go my route, but most people I hang out with are old enough that it's no longer an option. Like, oh man, just join the military, do 20 years, which is great advice when you're 17. You know, if you got the aptitude for it, you want to go into, like, you know, the Air Force, I'd even heavily recommend, right? Do your 20 years, get a degree, get your commission, and then you're fucking set. Terrible advice for my 30-year-old friends. Would a time machine be cheaper than unlimited correct lottery numbers? I think a time machine is infinite value. Because, if you make it yourself, it's practically free. I'm just waiting for society to collapse. That's my retirement plan. I'll regret not flying those A-10s. Yeah, exactly. If only young me had been a better decision maker. Devin almost went that route, but my grandparents talked you out of it. Interesting. Yeah, depending on where you're at, there's actually a lot more anti-military sentiment that I see now than I had growing up. I did have a couple teachers that were like, just go to college. But for the most part, I received a lot of support. People were like, yeah, do it. It's a great option. So it's, it depends, I guess, where you're at, what time period you're in. 2000, 2001. A lot of people were very much like, go out there and join the service. Shortly after, Vietnam, not so many people were wanting to join the service. Right about now, we're seeing a decline. I'm seeing a decline. I think we could almost start a whole second assembler doing this faster than we can waiting here for it. Let's get some screws and some rods and give that a try. Oh, I said BRRT, the sound at A10 mix. Yeah, it only makes that sound after it passes you because it's that fast. You see it leaving, you don't hear it coming. And really, I don't have to make that many rotors. I just need to pull the rotors from over there. So I think we can now, can we do 2 assemblers? Yeah, we can. Let's put down 2 more assemblers, and we'll get all the materials back we just took out to make them. 1 and 2. Let's go ahead and copy the settings. Let's go ahead and take half of the... Oh, we need power. Right. Can I just connect it? Perfect. Oh man, we are limping in. All right. Rotors. Get them out. Get them out. That looks all right. All right, 3 times as fast. Now we just gotta slam a merger on here. Oh geez. Oh yeah, we are. Fuck it. Let's make this dirty. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna do this 3 times faster. No sacrifices have been made. Let's check out this YouTube. A10 Warthog sound. Here it comes. That's good. That's good. Oh, it occurs to me, maybe I should take links out of my allowable Twitch things. I'll allow this one. All right, we were actually looking for power slug research, right? We need 25 rotors. We can make 25 rotors. We just gotta pull all our shit out again. Boo-doo-doo-doo, 34 rotors is what we'll make. Every time I post a link without it getting auto-deleted, I'm surprised. Yeah, it's something I need to set. I haven't had a lot of, like, issues with it. I think it's just a link over here. Block hyperlinks. There we go. Except ones posted by you, moderators, admins, and VIPs. Let's see. What's a VIP button? Do I have a VIP button? I would love to, like, not make mods, but just make VIPs. People I trust to post links. Nah, well, I'm sure there's a way. I just don't know it. Yeah. I mean, for the most part. Everybody here, I pretty much know. I just have to figure it out. Purple slugs. We actually got the power shards. Power shards are great. We can make one power shard and then overclock. I think we need a slug. And we've researched all our slugs, so yeah. I think you're right. A journey over to the northern forest, collecting power slugs and wrecks along the way. Not a bad plan. Maybe take, fill up my inventory with all this stuff. And go on a journey. I guess we have to break that down too. It does make it dangerous. Like if we die, we will respawn somewhere in the, somewhere around here. We'll take down the space elevator before we go too. That's a lot of parts actually we'll get back. And that's nice. $44. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. That's 45, 46, 47. That was one made over there. Wait, am I counting that right? That's 46. That's 47. Each of these gets like one more. There we go. Actually done. Actually done. Clean up this godforsaken mess. How many would we overdo it by? One? I guess it depends on how many's in inventory right now. One. Good catch. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen. Sealing it. And sending it. Oh, look at that. You're right. Goodbye, space elevator parts. Phase 2 is a little more complex, and not one we're going to easily throw down. Although I guess we could easily throw it down. If we just took out parts out of here. But I do think some of them require more advanced parts than we have. There we go. Alright, gun fingers. Exhume. Easy privilege to take away. And one I don't have to give to my existing mods. Cool, 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 cool. Now I hope uppercase doesn't matter, because I did not do proper case for those names. But Bam. Bam, 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 bam. Jump pads, vehicles, or zoom tubes. We're not going to jump pad. In fact, I've left this completely empty. You know, I've got the stuff on me to just about do it. I'll complete it later for, you know, posterity's sake? Posterity's sake. Coal power is a big one we want to unlock. Vehicles we will do. I think a lot of these are going to require some more advanced factories, which we're not building here. And this is the big one. This was the last thing we'll do. This is the last. We'll just dump what we can into here. All right, we've got most of that done. Just with that, we need plates, rods, and screws, which, you know, running low on. I think we took them all, right? Yeah. Hey, link not deleted. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, don't give your mods VIP. It takes away mods. Really? That's good to know. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah, easy privilege to give out. Easy one to take away. And reinforced plates, only 25. It's gonna be screws that are gonna keep us from finishing this. So we want we have 64 in right now. We need 150. That's 86 more. And we're handcrafting screws. Oh, by the way, Devin, are you streaming anytime soon? Would love to raid you if you were, but if you're not, no big deal. No pressure. Do it at your own pace. Cool. Then I'll send him over your way, brother. Well, yeah, I tell people, you know, most of my audience are close friends. You guys know me for ages. And I appreciate you hanging out. You know, to echo that statement. Thanks for being a cool friend. Hanging out. Either most of y'all or, you know, most of y'all started following back when I was doing StarCraft stuff. Back when I was doing Into the Forge for StarCraft or casting StarCraft matches. Small segment of friends that came over when we started doing you know, D&D. I was running like 4 D&D games for a while. 1 main one and three secondary ones. You know, on the stream. And then we took a huge ass like 2 to 3 year break, and here we are again. Bearded. Flowing locks. We're having a good time. Into the Satisfactory. Nice. Let's see, sorry, you're currently playing the game you played when I followed. You're playing, and this was an RPG Pathfinder. You're playing Pathfinder. I remember that. Get enough reinforced plates so we can knock these out. Actually, honestly, we probably had like 20 or 40 over in the bin. We could have just grabbed. But here we are. And this is coal power. Which I'd say to be the first thing we'd set up on the other side. But we kind of need to go reset up everything we've already set up in the Northern Forest tomorrow. I'm hopefully going to finish the game for the first time. I've restarted 6 times before the next DLC comes out. I made the mistake of starting on too high of a difficulty and getting like too frustrated to reset it to something I could manage. I think I'm super early on in the second one. And as soon as the second one's got a DLC coming out, I'm going to check that out because I did not know it was coming out with a DLC. Of course, my other problem is I'm trying to find a build that works for me. And I don't even remember what it was. I remember I spent like 3 hours researching the build for my main character. And I can really dive into this stuff. It's a lot of fun. I'm ashamed, but I love the game, but I've played 0 DLCs and haven't finished it even though I own them all. Yeah, that's fair. It's a big game. They're all big games. It's in the category of games that go forever, right? It's your tabletop RPG games. It's like, Divinity Original Sin 2, Divinity Original Sin 1. I've got dozens of hours. I've barely scratched the surface of what's in that game. Hell, I haven't beat Baldur's Gate 3. Like, 150 hours, 3 solo runs, 5 or so multiplayer runs. The farthest I've gotten is Act 3. Sorry to tell you, there's 7 large DLCs for the game, each with its full story. For which one? For which Pathfinder? We're not talking about Kingmaker, are we? One second, I'm on to Wrath of the Righteous or Kingmaker. There are 7 large DLCs. Let's see all. I'm on the page now. I see. A Dance of Mask, Lord of Nothing, The Last of the Sarkorians, Inevitable Excess. Yeah, wow. Okay. Yep, there's a bunch. I see them all. Who'd have thought like a tabletop RPG would have a season pass? And it would be, kind of worthwhile. The way they put out like a DLC every 6 months. It ain't been out that long.
Alternative power source to
yeah, I saw season pass season 2.
Jesus. With the new pipeline buildings and power
all right.
Initial setup.
So
Coal has been added to the resource scanner. Note: ensure the close proximity of water to the coal production line. Note: pumps will aid in vertical transport of fluids through pipes.
Ate it.
Note:
I love it.
throughput and volume indicators are added to each pipe section automatically.
Note. All right. So we've got a bit of a base here. We have we started out. Let's dump some stuff. And sort our bags and dump some stuff. We're gonna take that down while we're thinking about it. We started off in the grassland, and like all grasslands playthroughs, you eventually realize, oops, I shouldn't have started in the grasslands. Because this is our current production. And the belt speeds are fine. That's something we upgrade. The concrete speed, that hurts my feelings. We've got Mark II miners about ready to go. Do we? Let's check that tech tree. Because I think we go when we can do that, right? Mark II miners. It requires steel. Okay, so we got to go over there and get steel. And we have 2 possible places where we can set up again. That's going to be either the northern forest, which is easy, or the desert over to the right. And maybe let's take a walk over there, pick up our hub, and see if we can't find a good place to settle. This will continue to run until it runs out of power, I guess. We did a first base. Look at us. Kind of like we did with Foundry, right? And then we said, all right, it's time to reset. We didn't give ourselves nearly what we needed to do this. Clean shot part 2. This I'm so proud of. I think this looks fine. All right, we'll even come back and we'll pick up enough of the. Like we'll just pick up all of the power. Right, like that's mine. That comes with me, so we can easily fuel the other side. And it should be a relatively easy transition as long as we don't die on the way looking for it. Because there's a map. We have a little bit of a map. We kind of want to go like up here or over here. If I went to the desert, that's a place I hadn't been yet. If we go to the northern forest, the benefit is I know what to do for a long time. but also I've done it several times. So it's less boring if I go to the unknown. I don't know. There's some thoughts. We got some thoughts to think about tonight, between tonight and tomorrow when we pick this back up, and we see what pure nodes look like and what pure nodes will bring to the table. One more look. This is like the high point. Do I have I actually have that tower. Let me look at that tower. Is it under production? It's not. Organization. Lookout tower. There we go. We don't need this. We don't need that. Let's take one last look. Alright. Can you just... a nodal access is the one I'm excited to play. When I finish, it takes whatever party you beat the game with, and you go into overdrive like a god to your powers. That sounds pretty cool. Ada is very verbose. John says, can you just elevate your platforms another 10 to 20 meters, and then you have as much room? And it's less the room. It's actually not... The room's not a big deal. I made a big deal about getting this set up and how much space it is. The big deal here is that these nodes are at like half or quarter productivity. They're producing at 30 per minute there. At the limestone, they're producing at 60 per minute over here. Where just down the road, on a Mark 1, they're going to be producing at 120, and at a Mark 2, 240. Like, all of these nodes here, you know, are just half speed. So if I want to do anything, option 1 is to start traveling around here and bringing in long belts and tagging them in. Which is a method. How long will it be until you get mass transit? So mass transit, let's go take a look. We can talk about that. That's vehicles. Logistics Mark II. It's right here. It's one of these two phases. So once I can get the space elevator up, I'd say we'll get there this week easy enough. Like, I'll easily get the train this week unless I dilly-dally, right? At the earliest, like, next Monday. We'll get there. It'll be a super easy thing to do. And then we just have to kind of plan how we want to handle the mass transit. Because like we did over here, like this is a good example of what our factories will look like eventually. Is we'll go out into the middle of the map somewhere. We'll like say go over here, and we'll build a bunch of factories. You know, maybe one factory, and then we'll add a train line that dumps it off somewhere. So we just got to figure out how I want to modularly expand once we get to trains. I would love to just have a train network that's over full of materials, stops at a train station, tops it off, and goes to the next one. That's an idea I've had, so I can kind of treat them like logistics towers. But we got to figure it out. It'll take a minute. It will take a minute to get there. So, you know, later this week, once we're feeling real good about our base, once, you know, we got this thing up and running, we're bringing everything in, we'll start talking train logistics. And I have high hopes for it. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for hanging out. Devin started his stream. He's a, you know, he's a little new to streaming. You know, could use your support. Could use, you know, average of 3 viewers. I know how hard I struggled to get that, you know, average. Let him hit that affiliate button. If you have time, please go over there. You know, say hi, be kind. You know, if all you can do is lurk, hey, that's super awesome and supportive, and I would appreciate it. That being said, let's hit that raid button, and I'll see you guys. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Same bat time, same train factory logistics. Button.